We're at the Safari Court Hotel Conference Center, and we're at a very auspicious event which is all about sustainable management of natural resources and unlocking opportunities in the bioeconomy. I'm here with Dr. Clemens von Dodderer, and he's from the Hanns Seidel Foundation, who organized this very important conference. Doctor, how are you doing this morning?
Very well, very excited, slightly nervous, I have to admit. Yesterday we had more than 300 people registered for the conference, so we had to actually close the registration. We have a lot of high-level representatives over there. I see already some members of parliament. We also expect 3 ministers to arrive, possibly even also somebody from the office of the president, but also so many local and international guests here today, participants to learn more about the current state of sustainable management of natural resources, particularly agriculture, forestry and freshwater fisheries. We all know the drought now is the worst in 90 years, and that poses a major threat to our livelihoods, to the economy in general, and so therefore we think it is a perfectly opportune moment to reflect where are we in those 3 sectors, what can we do, how can we improve the situation, and what potential is there to unlock the bioeconomy, particularly in rural areas, because this is where the most people are actually the most vulnerable. A very exciting day today, and I look forward to it.
Absolutely, and obviously words like sustainability, bioeconomy, they're not just buzzwords or hashtags, they are very critical for the survival of the human race.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the SDGs, we all know about them, the Sustainable Development Goals, for those who don't know, are at the center also of the work of the United Nations. So this conference today fits in perfectly also in the international initiative to make this world more sustainable. Sustainable meaning economy, the environment, and social issues. So to bring all of that together, to balance that, and to find the best solution for the country to move forward.
That's fantastic. Obviously, also Fitch, we had some bad news last night about credit ratings, and Fitch also mentioning the drought.
Yes.
So this conference comes at a time where we really need to also look at developing our agriculture sector.
That is absolutely right. I mean, we are now, the downgrade from Fitch has come. In addition, we are now, I think, the 11th or 12th quarter where we have a negative growth. We actually talk about a depression, not only a recession. It is time we really get our act together and find ways, find opportunities, find possibilities to unpack, to untap the potential Namibia has. And it has great potential. We just need to look closer at what we can do and how to improve the situation.
There's also been, stories and research around youth involvement in the agriculture sector, and the fact that youth are not actually taking an interest in the sector. How does this conference, or what is this conference going to do in terms of attracting more youth? I see there are also UNAM students here and students from other tertiary institutions.
Well, I had a look at the list of registrations yesterday, and I saw a vast amount of number actually are students, and that actually excites me very much, the fact that so many students are indeed showing interest. And maybe it's not the masses of youth we have to target, but those who actually have a keen interest. Let them become champions, let them become role models so that others can follow suit, and maybe this conference today will be the first step in that direction.
Yes. We also have a food security issue in Namibia. What are the kind of technologies that you think are going to come up in terms of, solving our food security issues?
Oh, that's a complex question. I don't think I can answer that actually comprehensively, but I think there are possibilities. I mean, we have to look at what Namibia could be strong at. Look with the means you have and work around those. I think also aquaculture, we have to combine at multiple uses of the same land. So agroforestry could be an important concept to tackle some of those challenges, particularly in the north. I think that could provide a great opportunity. And agroforestry means forestry and agriculture in the same place. So we have got trees, and underneath the trees there is some vegetables or grain growing, etc., etc. So we have a mixture of both essentially there. If we then combine it also with aquaculture, we also recycle the water we use to produce also fish. So we have everything in one place. That could be one way, but it's just an idea. There are so many other ideas around there, and there are also so many other success stories from around the world. And that's why it's also very exciting to know that we have today also a Kenyan expert, a professor from the Mount Kenya region, who will talk about their experiences in how to develop rural areas. We have an expert We have an expert from Great Britain to talk about their experiences in terms of freshwater management, freshwater fisheries in particular. We have an expert from Finland to talk about forestry, another expert from South Africa also to talk about forestry. And last but not least, for agriculture, we have an expert on arid agriculture from Spain.
Fantastic.
So yeah, we can learn also from others. We don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Yes.
But at the same time, obviously, this is not the idea is from those international guests not to lecture and to tell us what we have to do, but rather to learn from them and see what kind of challenges they were facing, how they were tackling it. Maybe there are a few lessons we can draw from it.
You were speaking earlier about the rapid time in which you guys actually organized this conference. Can you speak a little about that?
Yes. It was actually, I must say, I really have to commend my team and everybody who was involved there. The investment summit a couple of months ago was organized in the space of 3 months. This conference was organized in the short space of not even 2 months. So it was end of July when we heard that our budget was approved to organize this conference. It took a few weeks to actually sort of, get structured and sorted and have to spoken to a few people. But really getting it off the ground, the core time we had less than a month to organize it. And I really, again, I have to commend particularly my team, particularly Dr. Lara Beer, who really she was instrumental to make this a success. She actually yesterday said, you are the creative one, but I'm the structured one, and it exactly was like that. But it wouldn't have been possible also with our partners from the Namibia Nature Foundation and all the international partners, the Embassy of Spain, the Embassy of Finland, the British High Commission, FAO, UNDP, and so many other people, GIZ also, so many other people who actually have made this possible, and without them it wouldn't have been possible. So thank you very much already to them also for their support.
As the Hanns Seidel Foundation, how are you going to measure the success of the conference? In what sense will the conference be successful for you in terms of outcomes?
In the short term, first of all, now the number of attendees. How many people actually have? We had to close registration yesterday because so many people tried to register. So that already, to me, is a big indication. Now, obviously, we still have to see how many people will show up, but I expect the room to be full. That already, to me, is also a success indicator. However, more importantly, is what comes thereafter in terms of future engagements, future discussions around those topics, and future deliberations on those topics. And we will continue to collaborate on this topic with the Namibian Parliament and whoever has an interest in that. We want to be at the forefront to continue to support Namibian development, particularly in rural areas.
I can only speak from experience in terms of the education system. There wasn't really an emphasis when I was younger on sustainable development, etc., and the bioeconomy. I think that was a term that wasn't used before. How do you see the development of education for youngsters in terms of getting them to acknowledge and to actually start dealing with these concepts?
I think when you grew up and actually times were also a little bit different. First of all, resources were more scarce, logistics were more difficult, so it was more of a challenge to actually get everything you wanted. So maybe back in the days we were a little bit more sustainable. It was normal to have a jar with you to preserve food and to take it along. Now everything's wrapped in plastic and you throw it away. Yeah. So things have maybe changed on the one hand, but when it comes to education, we are so much more people as well. I mean, we're hitting the 8 billion people mark around this planet Earth. So we are simply forced, we have no choice to put our heads around the idea of sustainability, the concept, and what can every person do to improve that and to make it a success for the long run. Otherwise, I've got a 9-month-old daughter. Where's she going to live? How is she going to, what kind of environment is she going to grow up into? So I think we have an obligation, we have a responsibility here to educate ourselves, but also to educate our children, the youth, to make sure that we also tap into new possibilities for economic development, but at the same time to protect the environment and ensure that everybody is being catered for.
I also got a 9-month-old daughter. She's turning 9 months tomorrow. So thank you so much. And the other thing is that when I think about these concepts, I always think about my daughter and what kind of future we're going to leave our children. So thank you so much for actually organizing this conference with the Hanns Seidel Foundation and your partners. And I wish you every success for the day ahead.
Thank you very much. And yeah, success to all of us. And I look forward to the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we are going to move over to the registration point now. People are starting to line up here. And there's a lot of buzz going around here in the center today, the conference center. So yeah. So as you heard from Dr. Dudura, the issue of sustainable development is key for the survival of mankind and the survival of Namibia. So how do we as a nation and as citizens actually look into these concepts and start embracing these concepts of sustainable development? We're going to be joined right now by one of the participants at today's conference. If you can just introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and what do you hope to get out of today's event?
Morning, I'm Andre Botes, Executive Sales from Agribank. So we are on the financial sector, and our mandate is to assist farmers to develop the agricultural sector. And we believe there's a lot of potential still, and the current drought clearly showed that sustainability is a problem, and farmers need to do their business in a different way, and they need to diversify. So hopefully this conference will touch on these points to clearly indicate how better we can use our natural resources and really to take small, medium and large-scale farming activities to a more sustainable level. And I hope that we will get some guidelines, some indications, some research out of this conference.
Yeah. Agribank has been doing exceptional work in terms of supporting farmers during the drought. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I don't really want to dwell into that, but yes, we are there and we are flexible and we want to assist our clients. This year we did have some offering on the table in installment relief, really to assist our farmers to get through this difficult time. But yeah, the question is what to do next, how to recover after the drought, and that is a huge challenge for everybody, not only the financial sector, but also government and the rest of the private sector.
And you personally, what do you want to get out of today?
Well, yeah, as working in a bank, you also need to advise your clients and your customers. So hopefully we will gain some extra knowledge and ideas where to go, and so that you can better guide our clients and say, forget about your traditional idea, we can go into a different direction. And that's why we are there as a bank, to support people to go into new levels, into new areas of production.
Thank you so much, Mr. Botes, and I wish you a fruitful day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're now going to be joined by some young people, and obviously the youth are the future of the country, and it's so refreshing to see them taking an active interest in sustainable development and the bioeconomy. You can come and stand next to me and introduce yourself to the viewers and tell us where you're from.
My name is Kaino Angola. I'm from the University of Namibia. I'm doing a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Biology.
Wow, okay. And how's that going?
It's very nice, very interesting so far. Yeah, I'm getting a lot on the environment.
Okay, which year are you in?
I'm a fourth year.
Oh, you're nearing the end of your studies.
Yes, near the end of the semester. We are getting there.
All right, and why did you guys decide to come and join us at this conference today? What does sustainable development mean to you and the bioeconomy?
For me, sustainable development, meaning that we should still use our resources in a very sustainable way, or we still use them, but we still leave some room for the future generation. And I'm hoping to learn more about how other people are using their resources sustainably, how are they managing them, and with bioeconomy, on how we can still get something from our resources without compromising them, and with this climate, how are we still gaining from our resources?
A lot of the youth, they have other issues to worry about. Hey, they worry about Facebook, social media, Instagram, boyfriends, and so forth. What would you say to them just to focus them a bit more on sustainable development and the bioeconomy and the opportunities that are there?
Okay. Um, for now, okay, so say that again. Kind of lost track. Say that again.
I just wanted you to give some encouragement, to some of the youth out there to begin to focus more on sustainable, use of natural resources and the bioeconomy. What encouragement can you give them?
Okay, for this climate, the climate is changing, and now we know Namibia is a dry country. So I would say we should manage our resources very wisely, and we should not degrade them because the future is still coming. And it is a very sensitive topic, and they should look into rather than focusing on other issues. And we should still use our agriculture to get something from it. Although it's dry, doesn't mean that we shouldn't get anything from our resources because we are not looking to preserve it. We are looking to use them wisely and sustainably.
Are you looking to specialize after your studies? In which field, in which sector are you looking to specialize?
I'm looking to specialize, but on marine resources.
Okay.
Actually, marine resources. That I find it very interesting. So, yeah.
No, thank you so much, and I hope you get everything you want to out of today's conference. And thank you for allowing me to interview you.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure. Thanks. And another UNAM student. Wow, we're just bursting with students here today. Can you introduce yourself and then tell the viewers your name and then what do you hope to get out of the conference?
Good morning. My name is Heston Engelbrecht. I am from a small town, Henties Bay. So I came to Windhoek to come
Where
study.
the aquaculture university is.
The agriculture university.
Fantastic.
Yes, I came to UNAM to study environmental biology, and I'm currently my a fourth year student. And it's been a ride for us. It's been a ride. It's been difficult, but with perseverance and pushing through, anything is possible.
Yes, that's so true. What do you hope to get out of today?
Actually, what I'm hoping is to kind of apply what I'm being taught in class, to the real world and kind of seeing where we currently stand with the management of our resources. Yeah.
Why do you think it's important that Namibia specifically deals with their natural resources in a sustainable way?
With the current dilemma we have with climate change, and the over-exploitation of resources, it is a necessity for us to really see what we have and to sustainably manage that in order for the future generations to, also be able to enjoy the benefits or reap the benefits of what we have in our country. Yeah.
As a young person, how do you see yourself playing a role in terms of educating and making youth more aware of sustainable management of natural resources?
I would hope so. I would hope so because I've seen the importance of how can I say sustainable management, and I would like other youth or other young people as myself to also see that importance and to see that if you don't do this, then the future generations, our kids, will be influenced by it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really like your enthusiasm, and I hope you're going to have a fantastic day.
It's a pleasure. Enjoy the day.
Thanks so much. And now for another youngster. How are you?
I'm good, yeah.
Can you just introduce yourself and then tell us where you're from?
Yeah, my name is Joshua. I'm from the US, and I'm a student and climate activist.
Joshua, it's great to have you here. How are you experiencing Namibia so far?
Namibia is a very nice place, but I've noticed that it's very dry here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we've been having a particularly difficult time with the drought, and that's why, obviously, one of the reasons why this conference is so important. What role are you playing today at the conference?
I'm just trying to get a view of what Namibia is doing to promote sustainable development and really come face to face with the climate crisis.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in terms of the US, what kind of best practices have you brought with you to share with some of the youth here?
Well, I think that US has a long ways to go with climate change, but I think that there's lots of organizing going on there, and I think that people are very activated and empowered are really asking the leaders to do something about this issue.
What do you hope to get out of today's event? What are you going to actually take with you, or what are the most interesting topics that you're looking to focus on today?
Well, I hope to see what the Namibian government is trying to promote in terms of how's Namibia going to cope with climate change and the drought, and and curtailing carbon emissions.
Okay, that's great. That's great. And what have you seen of Namibia so far?
I've mostly been around Windhoek. I've been here for a few weeks actually, but I've been out in the desert some, and I've seen that area, and it's a beautiful country.
Yes, yes. Well, you're welcome, and we hope that you're going to enjoy your stay and enjoy the day here at the Far Court Hotel.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. As you can see, the registration is now moving along quite briskly. We're scheduled to start at 9 a.m. And we have another gentleman that's going to join us. Thank you, sir. How are you?
Fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good. Can you introduce yourself and then tell the viewers where you're from?
Yeah, I'm Absalom Kahumba. I'm actually from the University of Namibia, Faculty of Agriculture and Natural Resources.
An educator.
Yes.
Fantastic. What do you hope to get out of today as an educator?
Well, it's going to be an amazing situation or occasion where we are going to sort of interact with the parliamentarians, other academics, and also people from various industries. Then it's going to be a platform where we will share knowledge which will benefit the sustainable utilization of our natural resources in the country at large.
Why do you, I know I've asked this question to many other people that I've interviewed this morning, but why do you think it's so important that Namibia really uses natural resources in a way that's sustainable?
Well, at the moment we have so many issues that are pending and they need to be addressed. The issue of timber harvest, which is sort of just getting exploited, and we don't add value to these natural resources, and sort of perhaps try to find an idea of adding this value and also export them as finished products, which will benefit the country at large.
You're talking about value addition, which is so lacking in the country at the moment.
This value addition is something that we need to look at or into at the moment, because if we can have maybe local investors who should now take up these challenges, invest into this, add value to this product, and then when we export it as a finished product, we will actually benefit the country rather than exporting them when they are still in the raw form, which is a way of buying them again when they are already processed outside, and then you are going to buy them at a very expensive price. But that's true. It's going to impact on our country's economy. So, but if we add value on ourselves, we export them as finished product, we actually benefit the country and the society where these forests products are being harvested from.
In terms of attracting more youth and more students towards the environmental field, and in terms of conservation and sustainable development, what are you guys doing in terms of an institution to do that at UNAM?
So, as an institution, we have the mandate of impacting knowledge on students, to also educate them on how to conserve our own biodiversity. The genetic of our biodiversity, if we now look at these natural resources and enhance a situation where students will now come in as the youth, which will now take on this challenge, and also be able to advise future leaders, because tomorrow, these are the future leaders of tomorrow. And if we do not educate them of what is currently happening, which they should improve, because our present parliamentarian or leaders will go, one day they will die, but who is going to take over? The youth. So we need to develop the current youth, which will now be educated and be able to impact knowledge on the future generation to come.
Now that's so true. The youth are the future, and the youth need to obviously also be skilled up to take over. So thank you for your contribution to that.
You're welcome.
And enjoy your day. I hope you get everything you want to out of the conference.
Yes, I did.
Thank you so much. And now we have a young lady. How are you?
Morning, how are you?
Great, great. Can you introduce yourself and tell us where you're from?
Sure. I'm Julia Kalt and I'm from Germany. I just arrived on Monday here. I'm working for the GIZ BMCC project as an external consultant. And I'm trying to help them to create a transformational change of the society regarding bioecological sustainable thinking. And that's why I'm here for the next 3 months. And
3 months?
yeah, only
Wow, okay.
only 3 months. And I'm very excited for this conference to get some insights on this topic.
I can see you very excited. In terms of transformation, I was speaking earlier to someone from the Hanns Seidel Foundation, and we spoke about educating the youth, you know, more about sustainable development and the environment and so forth. What does your organization do in terms of those transformational issues?
As I heard now, that there are already a lot of projects regarding educating the youth concerning environmental concerns. But what I also read in my research that it's not enough educating in our environmental concerns. There needs to be another step, and that's why I'm here to help them to find this other step, what to do, that there's really a societal change.
You spoke a bit briefly about what you want to get out of the conference, but what are the kind of topics that you'd be very interested in today?
As I'm very new to this country, I'd like to get a view of what is happening here. Like, what are the real problems? How do they try to solve these problems up for now? Like natural resource management, biodiversity, the water and drought problem. So I'm just here to get a first view on the topics.
Yeah, I can tell you that we've got a very strong program in terms of wildlife and sustainable use of communities being involved in terms of sustainable wildlife management. So you can obviously look at that, and then there's also, we also have a lot of things going on around, recycling and so forth. So we're trying to get to that stage, but I'm sure you'll learn from the experts. I'm just a layman. I just want to wish you well in Namibia for 3 months, and I hope that everything goes well today, and that your smile is very, very, inspirational, and I'm sure you'll inspire a lot of delegates today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Goodbye.
Okay. Yes. Can we move to the next guest? I think we caught you a bit unaware. Unaware.
No, Namibia already is ours.
How are you doing this morning, sir? Can you introduce yourself to the viewers and just tell us where you're from? And we'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Gershon Kamatuka. I'm a farmer, resettlement farmers, and I'm also a member of the executive committee of the Namibia Emerging Farmers Union. And that's why I'm here to represent our farmers.
Very, very important organization. Very important in these times of drought, of challenges. Can you tell us a bit about what farmers are going through at the moment?
You just put it on, as you say, very important. We are going through big hardship. I am a farmer, as I mentioned to you, resettled, but in a Rongo region. Now, I don't want to be selfish, but as you know, Erongo region and Kunene region is the most affected areas, whether we like it or not. Let's just be true to ourselves. Kunene and Erongo. Erongo, us being in the Namib Desert, you should come and see for yourself. It's stretching all the way from Usakos, all the way to Karipep, and then you're coming down to Oshibingwe. It's like a desert itself so far, and we are going through hardship. But one must admit that government effort currently is helping us mostly. The small subsidy what we are getting. But who will say it's enough? It's never enough. The cattle are started to die out. Even the goats themselves, the sheep. To tell you the truth, if monkeys can come into the kraal this time of the year still, to try to find something from the mountains, then you should realize what we are going through. But the positive side, we just heard from the Weather Bureau that come October, the rain will start falling, and that's a good news for the farmers. So I'm very positive also.
That is some positive news, and we need that during this difficult time. We're all thinking about the farmers at this time of the year, and this time of the drought cycle in Namibia. In terms of the conference, what do you hope to get out of this conference here today?
I came to hear what we can do because I look at the outline of the conference. And one of the things is to see how can they assist the farmers who are going through the drought currently. And that's why I came here. And what kind of assistance one can get, maybe financial, I don't know. And maybe also to look at the restocking, because now we have lost everything. What we are looking for is that comes the rain, how can we start restocking? Because you cannot take it out of the farmer.
Yes.
You cannot just say we cannot farm. That you cannot take it out from us. Farming will continue, and in Africa, farming is part of us. So you cannot take it away. Yes, we have to reduce our farming way, maybe of doing things. Maybe we should reduce our cattle, our goats, that's fine. But now we have lost a lot of things. How do we start to restock? That's what I'm looking forward to. And how do we assist the farmers? And of course, I heard also Agri Bank, they have some of the presentation here. We'd like to see how can they still assist us to give us some period where we cannot pay some of our loans that we're taken with them. Those are the things that a farmer is looking for. Yes.
And in terms of the future of farming, you guys are obviously also innovative. I know we're going through a difficult time, but there's a lot of innovations happening in farming all over the world. What are some of the innovations that you guys are looking at in terms of Namibia?
Specifically for myself and also for the Farmers Union, what we have to talk about is the diversification of farming. We realize that cattle cannot be the only farming. Come on. We must bring crop production in. We must become more innovative in the way how we do production.
That's right.
To bring in the other technology must increase the way we are doing it. And also, as you have said yourself, we have to also to look to the wild farming also. How do we also get into that industry as farmers? Because we have been very traditional in the way we are doing farming.
Yes.
We've been looking at the cattle, we've been looking at the goats and the sheep only. Now, if I'm mentioning to you, let's bring crop production in, let's bring wildlife breeding schemes also to our farming. And that way, maybe as farmers in Namibia, we will survive and make sure that we also contribute to our GDP and also become proper farmers.
I'm sure we'll catch up later, but I wish you every success for the day, and I hope you get what you came for. Thank you so much.
All the best, and thank you for Namibia Media Holding to do this for us.
Appreciate it much. Thanks, eh? Thank you, guys. So you'll be joining us later again, and we're going to be buzzing later at this conference. Thanks.
Fish is Zambezi River fish, but how did it end up on my plate, Sibo?
I think we need to go to the river and find out. With communities that are living along the river, like here in the Zambezi region or in the Kavango region or in the Botswana Delta, fish is a staple food. But because of an increase in human population, overfishing as well as commercialization of fish has been depleted. Fish here that used to go for $5, right now you can find it close to between 30 Namibian dollars and 80 Namibian dollars. The Community Conservation Fisheries in Gaza is an EU-funded project, and the great thing about the EU and how they helped the Gaza project is by coming up with fishing guidelines.
The idea is to build conservation areas for the fish and give the administration to the people who live there, so they can have their own manager, their own guards, and also monitor fish.
Oh, quando la terra asizo sakale. Nikulaleka nikuyambula akusasana ukikukala to high quality 1 December ingakala 3 months nikuyokwalula 1 March ilitapi gaya kwa kuzwala uyambapela mwali nakozeva kwa lusi kwa tusa kuti hape haziyokwalulu hape zibaze ngata.
If you are in the reserved area, you catch different people fishing and so on. When you approach them, it's very tough. To my side, we are just few. We are just 3 women, no men. Which means as women, it's very tough. Some, they can just say that these are just women. But there's nothing that they can do to us.
The main aim of the Gaza project, which is the same aim for the EU, is food security. Just ensuring that these waters always have fish, enough fish for everyone.
And it's really important that all the parties involved work together, not only the government but also the local communities. So together they can make a difference. How you say goodbye?
Musiale hande.
Musiale hande. Musiale hande.
Musiale hande.
Musiale hande. Okay, so here we are in Namchoa village. My Kosa is there. Is it Kosa?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not even Kosa. Okay, so here we are in one of the villages that are beneficiaries of EU-funded project that is run here by Nya Development Project. And it's all about helping people here fight the climate change against drought. So they can raise cattle, they can grow gardens, and this way they can sustain themselves. The biggest environmental problem here is the change in rainfall. So it used to be like more spread out, but now it's like either too intense or not happening at all, which causes huge floods or droughts.
Tem coisa que kama kam se ka te ka ta ko kana da gwa kana aka ko so ngoma ga irchen ga tso ka ga kan ka da gudo ka gudo ka da ka tsinga te ka irchen ga ka ngoma ga da ma ga isa ko kai kam aka kre a ko chimun ga da do chimun ga da ta to gu ga ayim ko se ga kai te ka to ko gwa te ka kam se ga change ga change.
The San community really benefits from living off the land, and that is why the garden is really important for them. And as we can see around here, the garden is doing amazing and it's feeding the entire community. And it has really helped them in terms of livelihood, in terms of the perennial rain that comes. So the garden helps to feed them in those tough times.
And the other thing that is great about this project is the fact that this community here is actually educating other communities who want to become beneficiaries of this project on running those permaculture gardens. But even with funding and proper maintenance of the gardens, sometimes the nature is just too much. And this winter is very cold, so they lost some tomatoes in here in this village. We are in the third village right now.
So to be able to water the plants and also to just have water in each and every village, the great thing is there's a borehole in each and every village and it's solar powered. But the villagers had to be able to protect it because of the elephants. Usually when it's drought and it's dry and the elephants are looking for water, they'll usually come in and just vandalize the borehole just to dig in deep to get the water. So they had to build a protective barrier.
Nasty elephants. So even with climate changing, with a little bit of help, you can still cope with it. You just have to adapt. You have to plant different plants and like spinach. And this way communities here can survive.
A bit of madness. That's what's needed to change the world.
Driving is good, it's exciting, but we don't know what we're expecting in front. That first part we thought it was horrible, but they say that was the best part of the road. The most difficult part is still coming, so let's wait and see.
We'll come up here and the guys yesterday and today are looking up around this area.
And a bit of magic. Some call it science.
Angolan giraffes are refugees of war. They found shelter in Namibia. Here, they found security. Here, they found a home. But they have another home, one they're slowly finding their way back to. So much work, guys. So much work, so much manpower here. And I did it all by myself.
EU-funded Siona project together with Giraffe Conservation Foundation, are trying to understand the movement and nature of these majestic animals. The migration back home has started, and this project was to see the giraffes safely where they belong.
Oh, super excited. It's awesome. Giraffe capture in general is just one of the ones that's a little more high stakes because the giraffe has a unique physiology and a unique anatomy, and they never go the same way twice. Every time we have a plan, it just goes completely different, but that's the fun part of it, is you just get to adapt.
Here we are, that sounds good, and then you'll see where we go up. Obviously we don't know if the giraffe will come back down or go out onto the plain.
People here risk their lives to fulfill Mother Nature's call, a call home. A call to protect and conserve. It is a calling of a world in balance, a balance between humans and a fragile ecosystem.
To make this happen, we need very little. Just a bit of madness.
Omuya tukaranga ukuku tune ngeshi na shana ikakuredhu pe kakare mbungane yoshi omuguvani kuchinja mano haguvashi uhakoke no mano shikadi wakakare kuamba skuma kadi kuwatokoteta uhakoke uharika intepa mano shi hakumithe moyinu imuna kuwatongera nao haguvanganyika mukare ke uredhu shi kuna kakara kishima kuyuvero pufochi.
Today we're visiting Kanumba Mavanje. She is a beneficiary of the project, and she is not only the beneficiary but she's also the lead farmer in teaching others about conservation agriculture and horticulture.
paki ayo proeka kuna toramu ndo bwana ninge cho proeka diaro ira anyanda kutoramu hama komiti wambo hakaindanga moyo proeka ati oito arua nanga poto pite thanga muno mgadeni weshi turi thanga po maveta kutongora shi ke murua no mkara proeki kada konaga kare uva ito kutangira kuso twakaretire mahina ni twayendire ku training kundiona hakatuhongire shinani ngonge bidoku ruanta mahina ngebidoku ayandura mukavukure haguva hawane meyu ndani ro wadi oto naende kusha mangoro hakatunedire shinenge bidoku vetera mbuto ndani ngebidoku kuna mbuto oto natwe kuna twikira karo no tuhonge shime karo haende tu.
Kanumbo Mavanje is a mother of 5 children and she's the breadwinner for her family. With the vegetables she grows in a garden, not only does she sustain her family, but she can also sell them at the local market.
Stick very kivini bade aruwa nanga. Yoishi ne maoi twahafa thukuma hambuya ama pamurandu shi hambuya ama no hana kukwata thukuma madhiko hana kurera thukuma hanuke. Yoishi twahafa thukuma karamu hambuya ama mukuninga shi hambuya ama no hakwata inu yoi heya ira yopadithiko ndani hadimu kama kukutoma he mberera yoi haka mbuya ama uharo ithanga ni padidiko nato kuku yuvaua yoishi mohadi hambuya ama haende tumo mfamasi. Oi natu amwe nane pamundindo wangi nani yamu na inuira yokurera tahanu kipadidiko ira yokudia yoishi ororu ivine tikuma potwe pano kadi kuwana kasimu yoishi nganyi hamwe nga hakarete mahangu kareta mndere kuna waparuithi we pamwe nganyi mutereke padidiko mudia hamwe yakuna kareta shere nyinga udhamune utware mwana ke kliniki hamwe ange unawana mwana na kuuruthi wana nganyi udhamune ukambeke po utwarithe kwa mwana we kushure. Mamberera nyeyo hiya kaduwa nyanda karo kaure yeshi mumoye ke mudio kudio idio yiwa thikuma nena kuirwa ntakoyo inu twai hafera.
Good morning. Thank you. Shine the light on me. All the light. Well, a very good morning to you. Let me first and foremost, apologize for a delayed start that we're having this morning. I know that we indicated on the program that we're going to start at 9 o'clock sharp, but we wanted to make sure that everybody's present before we commence with this very, very important gathering. My name is Ricardo Knagosef. I'll be directing the ceremony for today on behalf of the Hanns Seidel Foundation. So if I say anything out of line, please do speak to my colleagues at Hanns Seidel Foundation. They carry all the liability for everything I'm going to say today. Nonetheless, before we get with the program of the day, can we please rise for the National and African Union anthems? The brave freedom fight we had won. Glory to their bravery, whose blood waters our freedom. We give our love and loyalty, together in unity, contrasting beautiful. Thank you. I think it always warms my heart when I hear the African Union anthem, and I think we're one of 4 countries that played at our official events. I've started noticing that even at education institutions, they also start playing the African Union anthem, and I think it's important that from a very young age we start instilling those ideals of African unity, and hopefully that we're going to have that free trade as well as free movement across Africa for Africans and those, of course, that reside here as well. But nonetheless, we're gathered here, I think, for a very, very important conversation in the midst of, bad news that was received. I think the one member of parliament that did not get any sleep must be Honorable Carla Schletwein, because the Fitch rating just came out late last night. It wasn't really good news, and I saw him, fighting with the Twitter crowd that never actually sleeps. So I'm hoping that he might have had some rest before this morning. So in the midst of this climate, of this the economic news that you're receiving, of course, on one hand, IMF saying that we might be expecting positive growth next year. The Bank of Namibia saying otherwise. Of course, Fitch coming out last night. It's very difficult to have a conversation of this nature in the midst of this the economic climate. The current state of sustainable natural resource management in Namibia and ways to unlock its bioeconomic potential is what we're going to be focusing on for today. The official recognition of protocol will be done by Honorable Professor Dr. Peter Kashavivi. So allow me to just recognize protocol before I set a few house rules for today. Just a reminder, please, can we put all our cell phones on silent, if it's possible? I know that we are all very, very busy people. And if we can keep the movement a bit minimal so that we can just get to the crux of the issues that we'll discuss, focus, and have all the contributions from everybody present here, that'll be of utmost importance. The lavatory is immediately on your right as you step out at the door, at the back. If you need any assistance, please do make sure to just speak to one of the secretariat members that are on either side of the door, representing the Hanns Seidel Foundation and, of course, some of the partner organizations. I think before we continue and just take a look at the program for this morning, I'll be doing a disservice if I don't thank our partners in setting an event of this nature together. Of course, the organizer, Hanns Seidel Foundation, in partnership with the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia, the British High Commission, of course represented by the highest office, as I mentioned. The recognition of protocol will be formally done by our Speaker of Parliament, the Embassy of Spain in Namibia, Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, FAO, the European Union, the Embassy of Finland here in Windhoek, of course the German Embassy, as well as GIZ, who has been a long-term development partner of Namibia, the UNDP, and of course recognizing anybody else that I might have left out in my haste to thank everybody as we start off. A quick look at the program. There might have been one or two changes. I think the most notable one is that we will not have a keynote speech, and we're just going to get straight to the order of the day. So welcoming remarks by the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Professor Dr. Picha Kashavivi. That will be followed by the introduction to the conference objectives and, of course, outputs. What are the expected outcomes of this conference? If you look at the program, of course, it's a bit loaded, so it's important that we zoom in on certain objectives that we set for ourselves at the beginning and see whether we've achieved those at the end of the day. That will be done by the resident representative of Hanns Seidel Foundation, HSF, Dr. Clemens von Dodre. That will immediately be followed by Kenya's efforts and experiences with bioeconomy, integration into livelihood improvement, looking at different strategies for food security and sustainable development in the face of climate change. And really it has become an issue of human security, especially during times like this, when we have to make sure that there is enough water, there is enough energy, especially for developmental states such as ours. So I could never overemphasize the importance of this particular case study. And that will be brought to us by Professor Dr. Gilbert Mbakanduru from the Department of Geography in Karatina University in Kenya. We'll have a short tea and coffee break. And after that, we'll have the first focused session. And that will be on the current state of agriculture and climate, smart ways towards food security. The scene will be set by Sakaria Ngekembwa, the Chief Executive Officer of AgriBank. I don't need to overemphasize the importance that AgriBank plays, particularly in making sure that we actualize our developmental goals in the area of agriculture and sustainable food production. Session keynote will be Honorable Minister Alpheus Ngarusep, the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Forestry. And that will be followed by a climate-smart and innovative approach in agriculture, the region of Murcia example in Spain. So we'll get that example from Spain, from Dr. Miguel Angel Fernandez Carrillo, agricultural engineer, management technician on plant health for the Ministry of Water, Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Environment, and Autonomous Region, of course, there in Spain. And right after that, we'll have a short panel discussion that will be focusing on the current state of agriculture and climate-smart ways towards food security. And then, of course, a short lunch break that will be followed by session 2 that looks at the sustainability of forests and its ecosystem services. Sustainability of forests, of course, quite a very, very important one. And I think it's important to also point out partners like the GIZ through their debushing advisory service that has really, really been trying to assist us in terms of making sure that we meet these goals around having sustainable forests, especially with biomass value addition that has been, of course, on the mainstream national agenda over the last few years. The scene will be set by Dr. Vara from the Namibia University of Science and Technology, NAST. We'll also have Melissa Rousseau and Dr. Niels Boland from the Royal Museum of Central Africa, Belgium, also joining us to set the scene. After that, the keynote speech by our Minister of Environment and Tourism, Honorable Pohamba Shiveta. And that will be followed by forest certification, a tool to ensure sustainable management of timber resources in South Africa. And Craig Norris, Forest Technology Manager at NCT Forestry Cooperative Limited in South Africa, will be giving us that insight. I think this is a very, very important one, looking at the fact that we have a constitutional imperative to also empower our communities to make sure that they are part of the sustainable development and protection of our biodiversity in our ecosystem. So I'm also, of course, looking forward to that contribution. That will be followed by observations on sustainable silvicultural practice in Finland. Henrik Jana, a marketing manager at Risutech in Finland, will give us that insight. And that will immediately be followed by a panel discussion on the sustainability of forests and its ecosystem services. And like I mentioned, we've got quite a mouthful for today. So I hope we're going to have a very, very good and focused conversation. And the final session will be session 3, of course, zooming in again in another focused area, integrated management of freshwater fisheries, especially in the countries such as ours that's struggling, of course, to get a consistent rainfall patterns over the last few years. It's important for us to investigate what are some of the issues and some of the options and opportunities that we had. I know that, of course, there's a lot of young and upcoming farmers that are talking about things around aquaculture and hydroponics, etc. But we are yet to see major investments in that area. And I'm, of course, also excited to have AgriBank here. They might have to touch on one or two things in terms of what could be some facilities available for those up-and-coming farmers. But in terms of that, Dr. Clinton Hay, a zoologist from the University of Namibia, will be joining us to set the scene. That will be followed by a keynote speech by Honorable Bernard Essel, the Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources, followed by a presentation on sustainable freshwater fishery management, an overseas country example from the UK. Dr. Louise Langer will join us, Business Development Manager from Center for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Sciences in the United Kingdom. And that will, of course, be followed by a moderated panel discussion on integrated management of freshwater fisheries. And of course, a very brief closing session. Closing remarks by Honorable Rusa Joyce Nangula, Member of Parliament and National Council, and member of the Namibia Conservation of Parliamentary Caucus. And of course, a vote of thanks by Honorable Sophia Swartz, a Member of Parliament as well, Chairperson of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Management of Natural Resources. And of course, we'll have a brief cocktail because you would have spent the whole day discussing something so important. So without wasting any time, please allow me to give a round of applause and welcome our Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Professor Dr. Peter Kashavivi, for the welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much. I was caught as I was just having a quick word with a former Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Lipetina Madera, who phoned, wanted to know about this important event. My job is very simple. It's a simple task, and it is to welcome you, all of you, individually and collectively. And I will start by acknowledging honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members of parliament who are all here, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished invited religious, traditional and community leaders, distinguished representatives of international and local civil society organizations, esteemed captains of industry, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I have a particular privilege to warmly welcome you all to the National Conference on Current State of Sustainable Natural Resources Management in Namibia and Ways to Unlock its Bioeconomy Potential. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank our development partners, many of them who have been actively involved in assisting and promoting this important event. I would like to say we are extremely grateful to all of them for joining hands with us to try and address issues of national concern. But I would like to make use of this opportunity to single out one particular person, and that is Dr. Clemens von Dodera, the resident representative of Hanns Seidel Foundation in Namibia, who have been extremely instrumental in talking to all of us, and many of us who had something to do with this event, talking about the need to think about organizing an event on this scale, to talk about some of the critical issues that this conference is going to deal with. We started in a very simple way by convening with the help of one of the parliamentary standing committees responsible for national resources, and brought together a number of colleagues from Parliament, from the academic institutions, research, etc., to brainstorm about an event of this magnitude. And it is due to his persistence and absolute commitment that today, this morning, we managed to come together here. Thank you very much for that absolute commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference comes at a critical time. Not only are we experiencing the worst drought in the history of our country, basically going back 90 years, but also an economic depression. For more than 2 years, our economy has severely affected by economic downturn. More than 60% of the population of Namibia depend directly or indirectly from agriculture, forestry, as well as freshwater fishery to maintain their livelihoods. Particularly in communal areas, the communities rely on subsistence farming, fishing, using firewood as a main source of energy. And an increasing population relying on natural resources in most of our communal areas, there's cause a great deal of environmental challenges which interact also with each other. So this has been witnessed a great deal across the country, and it is for that reason the government have declared a state of emergency as a way of dealing with this particular drought that have affected the country in a big way. Some of the impact of land degradation include reduction in agricultural productivity, reduction in water quality and quantity, as well as soil erosion, and increased flooding have been experienced in the past, particularly in some parts of our country. The degradation of land is caused by both natural as well as human-induced factors. In many areas of Namibia, the effect of human activities such as overgrazing are quite visible. You can speak to a number of our farming communities and they will tell you how this have actually affected the country tremendously. In addition, we all remember the reports in the newspapers and in social media about cutting of trees in various parts of the country. And that has also taken place in a much increased scale. They have been growing there. This has been happening for many years, if not for centuries. And that basically is also affecting the productivity in the agricultural sector. Now they are basically this idea of cutting some of these trees on a massive scale have actually have drawn the attention of the media as well as the government to look for ways and means of basically redressing this aspect of development. This kind of development do take place and without basically thinking about the impact as well as the fact that we have to begin to realize that if we do this thing, it would affect the country in a much more damaging way. And the damage for local communities, the economy and the environment is massive. And it is for that reason that the government is taking stock and taking appropriate action basically to change this particular habit on the part of our various communities in the area that has been of a particular concern. Similar stories we have heard about our freshwater fisheries along the Zambezi River and the Kavango River as well as the Kunene River. And from elsewhere, this has become a story of great concern that attracted the attention of the local authorities as well as the government at the national level. Given these challenges, the concept of sustainable management of our natural resources appeals to most of all of us in the country, that we need to think about tomorrow, and we need to take the necessary step. As we all are aware, Namibia is a semi-arid to arid country. Concerning climate change, Namibia is the most sensitive country in the sub-Saharan Africa, if not the entire African continent. And therefore, we should know better and prepare better for all these obvious reasons. Safeguarding our natural resources, not only for us, but particularly for our future generations, should be at the center of our work. And it is for that reason that Parliament is particularly concerned and looking for ways and means of enlisting the support, the cooperation of stakeholders, both at home and abroad, in order for us to do something and address this particular issue head on. Sustainability, however, does not call for prevention of consumption, but rather environmentally safe, wise consumption with value addition and environmental safeguards. It is therefore my sincere hope that at the end of this engagement between experts, policymakers, lawmakers, government representatives, captains of industry, civil society representatives, essentially everyone here in the room, we should have an idea. We should have an idea of challenges around climate, smart agriculture, sustainable forest management, and integrated freshwater fisheries for Namibia. But let us not stop there. Every crisis also allows for critical reflection on what should be done differently. As we look back, we draw some critical lessons. As we look to the future, we take stock and we draw some lessons that are absolutely critical to equip us to do better and to do things differently from what we have experienced in the past. I'm just as hopeful that by tonight, by this afternoon, by tonight, we will have heard more about some of the opportunities that helps us to forge a way forward in the right direction on sustainable natural resource management. I'm saying this because I'm confident, judging from the list of a number of speakers who have joined us on this occasion, that we will be listening carefully to hear from them and to see what suggestions, recommendations are going to be offered that will help us to sharpen an agenda that will improve on some of the areas where we have not been doing so well. Allow me to conclude by saying that I'm convinced that this conference will also create a room for further engagements. I also hope that all stakeholders can further identify avenues on capacity development to improve the livelihoods, particularly in rural areas. There are some positive developments. As a weekend farmer, I visited a neighbor and I saw some innovations. The farm is totally overgrazed, like my own. But the farmer have basically cut down on the number of livestock to a management level. And he have introduced new innovations where he's actually growing grass almost sufficient to keep his animal in good condition and have surplus to sell to his neighbor, including myself. So these are some of the new innovation that we are witnessing that can form part of the new methodologies that we need to adopt for the future. So all is not lost, but I think we need to continuously innovate, to explore what is possible under the circumstances, and taking into account the fact that Namibia is actually a semi-arid country surrounded by two major deserts, the Namib Desert, the Kalahari Desert. Sometimes we overlook some of those factors of life, and we simply have to come to terms with that. Namibia has made a commitment to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. Climate change, it's something that we really have to deal with and to come to terms with. Indeed, targeted interventions will help us to make a significant impact towards these targets. And this is one of the issues that I'm hopeful this engagement will touch on and help improve on some of the recommendations and make sure they are implementable. Once again, you are most welcome. Feel welcome, and we are looking forward as a parliament, as a country, to the outcome of this important engagement. I now take this opportunity to declare this national conference officially open, and I thank you.
I really have to be on my best behavior today. Nonetheless, it's time to take a quick look at the introduction to the conference. I think much has been said already. But what we expect, of course, from Dr. von Dodre is to give us clear objectives and outputs. So what is it that we expect to achieve at the end of today? Please give a warm round of applause to the resident representative of the Hanns Seidel Foundation.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives from Parliament, from the Namibian government, dear Excellencies from the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, the protocol has been observed already, so I won't go into too much detail further. Actually, I should have listened to my team yesterday and the day before yesterday when they said, you know what, don't prepare a speech, you do that best when you don't. And I actually had a speech prepared, and now my computer has given in, so I can't even read from my speech now. So I have to improvise now a little bit, but that's okay, I hope. Now, this conference actually has come somewhat a long way. Already beginning of the year, we saw some of the trends in terms of the drought, the economic crisis, and having spoken to a number of key players or stakeholders in the natural resource management fraternity, I realized, okay, there is a good reason to bring together people from the private sector, from civil society, together with representatives from government, from parliament, to engage and to learn more and to understand each other better on some of the challenges we actually facing in this country right now. Agriculture is on its knees. The trees in the north are being cut in the thousands, and also fisheries are depleted like there is no tomorrow. All of that, I think, is a good reason to come together here today. And so first of all, I would like to thank all of you to be present here, to take time in your busy schedules to discuss climate-smart agriculture, sustainable forest management, and integrated management of freshwater fisheries. I would like to thank all our international partners who have come on board to support this initiative, to help organizing this conference. And I actually have to commend my team, but also all the partners who came on board to organize this conference, because ultimately the budget for this conference was only approved end of July. So we only essentially had as of mid of August to really organize this conference. The fact that you all are here, that we have such a professional setup right now, I think is testament to the tremendous effort and work my colleagues and all our partners actually have put in. I can mention here, obviously, our friends from the Namibian Parliament, from the Namibian government who've been supportive, but in particular, I would like to also highlight the support of the Namibian Nature Foundation, which has come on board particularly for the freshwater fisheries session, to organize that, to help us to identify the right speakers and contributions for today. I would like to also commend the Embassy of Spain for bringing in an expert from the region of Murcia in Spain to talk about arid agriculture. I would like to commend the Finnish embassy for bringing in a forestry expert from a technical point of view. And I would like to commend the British High Commission for bringing in a freshwater expert from the UK. All those experts are not meant to lecture in any way, but rather to provide to tell us their story. What kind of challenges were they facing in that particular context, and how did they overcome those obstacles to create a better environment and to move forward? And so for us, it's not they are not here to lecture, but rather to learn from them what they've done to overcome those challenges and to then move forward. I would like to also thank the GIZ for also coming on board on a very short notice to provide, for instance, the conference folders and other material, so that we also have to can carry some of the information also physically back home. But obviously, a lot of the information will also be part then of what has been communicated to you and to myself. And there are messages also, hopefully, which will be stuck in our brains, and we can then move forward from there. Also, I would like to thank our friends from the PFC, a forestry certification mechanism. The expert here will also talk about that a little bit more in detail. Last but not least, obviously, our international organizations, FAO and UNDP, having them on board together also with the European Union, I think also helps a lot to give weight to this conference. So I would like to also acknowledge their support. What do we want with this conference? Well, it has been partially already mentioned by the Honourable Speaker that we want to bring people together from the different fraternities. And in July, and that was one of the reasons why we said, okay, let's really push for this, we were able to organize a parliamentary public engagement in Parliament on the state of forestry in Namibia. We've heard all about the media reports in the beginning of the year and end of last year about some of the legal/illegal loggings taking place in the north, and the hundreds of trucks which have actually left the north to the harbor of Walfish Bay, and then the timber being exported to the Asian markets, particularly China. Now, this parliamentary public engagement actually turned out to be a great success, and many of the parliamentarians were quite grateful, very grateful for having had this opportunity to get in touch with experts from the field and to learn firsthand what kind of impact it actually had or has in terms of the local ecology, the social cohesion and over there, but also the economic impacts. So it actually is just a natural evolution that we are here gathered today. And so what is the objective? Well, is to come together to talk about those challenges, but also to look at some of the opportunities which Namibia has. So we just have to look at them and we have to address them and maybe also find ways to make them a reality. And I really hope also that this conference is only the beginning. The beginning that we engage on more targeted deliberations, future conferences, workshops, etc., to focus on the specific sectors or even sectors within agriculture, within forestry, and. Allow me to now conclude also. The title actually also speaks about sustainability. And as we all know, sustainability, the term, is being used quite inflationary in many ways. Often people relate that to environmental sustainability. But sustainability consists of 3 pillars. And I have them here. It's the environment, it's social, and it's the economy. And those 3 pillars are there for a reason. Because if our world wants to be maintained in the long term, we need to make sure that we strike a balance. Otherwise, what's going to happen to our planet Earth? It's going to fall off, or it's going to collapse. Now, in many places, we see often that they push actually for the economy. So what happens if I do that? I break the glass. Well, that is in a very illustrative way what can happen. What happens if we push the environment too much at the expense of social issues or social affairs? Well, the ball is going to fall off. So I think this illustrates very nicely. We need those 3 pillars, and we need to strike a balance to move forward, not only here in Namibia, but globally. And I think this is why also the Sustainable Development Goals are so important. And this conference also, I think, will contribute to further discussions on how what we can do here in Namibia to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much.
Don't worry about that, Doug. I think we can handle that during the break. But the illustration has been made. Sometimes it must be that colorful to make a point, yeah? Nonetheless, like the good doctor has said, I think we know what the issues are, and we could spend the whole day detailing and pointing out what some of the problems are. But really what we're here for is to look at case studies and, of course, also understand how we can solve some of the challenges that we have. So for the first one, we are going to look at Kenya's efforts and experiences with bioeconomy, integration into livelihood improvements, strategies, of course, for food security and sustainable development in the face of climate change. Please give a warm round of applause to Professor Dr. Gilbert Mbakanduru from the Department of Geography at the Karatina University in Kenya. Should we just put that on the table? Is that fine? I see. That's the pointer, yeah. Oh, thanks. Okay.
The Speaker of Namibian Parliament, members of government here present, members of the diplomatic corps, and invited guests, fellow academics, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here this morning. I am Professor Gilbert Nduru from Karatina University, Kenya. I seek to share with you a topic that I thought when I was given an invitation by the organizers of the conference that I thought would be able to cut across. And I would want to, first of all, clear the air. I'm not very qualified to speak on behalf of the government of Kenya. I am speaking as an academic and as a colleague. So what I speak here is not really the position of the Kenyan government, but I speak as a researcher, in the area of environmental studies, where I am a lecturer in Karatina University. Secondly, I have tried to look into the all kind of presentations and summarize the whole area in the interest of time to mainly focus on bioeconomy, especially in view of my observations on what happens in Kenya as a researcher, as an academic, and who is experiencing the ravages of climate change within our country. So I really appreciate the invitation I got here. This is the first time I've arrived in Namibia, and I'm so grateful for the honor to be able to come and make a presentation this morning. Now, my presentation to you, as you can see on the board, is on Kenyan's efforts, or rather Kenyan efforts and experience with the bioeconomy integration into livelihoods improvement strategies. That's what I want to present on. I come from Karatina University. It's a young university that is located 165 kilometers, 165 kilometers from Nairobi, or to the north of Nairobi if you arrive in Kenya, and 15 kilometers from Karatina town on the road to Nyeri town. So you're very welcome if you came to Kenya to Karatina University. From Karatina University, I see Mount Kenya from my office. That is a photo I took from my office, and I wanted you to see it so that you may desire to come to Kenya. And secondly, because we are talking about climate change, I have been required by my university to come up with a center for mountain ecosystem studies, and Mount Kenya constitutes a major laboratory for us, a field lab for us to study, and you're welcome to come and do these studies. We've already developed a master's degree program that is yet to be accredited. When it's through, I think I should send brochures to invite you there. Nevertheless, this is one of the ecosystem that is very impacted by climate change at the moment. We used to have a lot of snow on top of Mount Kenya when I've been born, because I'm born in the part of Meru, the eastern side of the mountain. I used to see it totally covered by snow. But now it is only remaining about 30% of what used to exist some 20 years ago because of global warming. The rivers have continue to dry. No longer do we have a snow melt, which used to feed most of the rivers that flow down. And this is impacting on our country a great deal because most of the hydroelectric power generation comes from the river Tana, the Seven Forks dams, which the river is going down because there's no longer snow water supply. As a consequence of that, we have downturn in economic development because rather electricity supply, and so the tariffs are becoming higher and cost of production are becoming higher. On the other hand, water for irrigation is also becoming a challenge, and so the impact on Mount Kenya just alone is being felt almost everywhere in the country. And I can almost say that in all other biomes and ecosystems of the country, climate change has not left any part untouched. And so when we think of adapting and coming up with sustainable development, climate change becomes one of the major factors that we must consider on how people may adapt to new ways of production that would be able to catapult development and economies into greater heights of prosperity, even within the harshness of the current scenarios. And therefore, I would want to focus on the main agenda of the day. And the first question I ask myself is, what is bioeconomy as applied in Kenya? I would want to, first of all, say that bioeconomy as defined by many people, it may be defined in different ways, but in the Kenyan, I make a choice to define it in respect to the current, most recent definition that was given in the Bioeconomy Summit in Bahrain in 2018, where it says that bioeconomy is the production, utilization, and conservation of these lights are affecting me so much. Can I use my computer, please? Here. I can't see what I want to say. Oh, yes, thanks. Now I can be faster with myself. Yeah, it means the production, utilization, and conservation of biological resources, and this also includes the knowledge generated related to biological resources, the science of managing and utilizing these resources, the technology and innovations that may be developed or even could be used in managing these biological resources, as well as the products, processes, and services in all economic sectors, while focused on achieving sustainable development. Of course, sustainable development has been well and very illustrated in a very captivating way by climate, in that we need to take into consideration that our economic focus, as we develop our economies, we need to ensure that they are sensitive to the socio-cultural context in which these developments take place. We need to be very sensitive or rather focused on how development and economic development may impact on our environment for such in that case. Because in each case, the balance of our globe is dependent on a nice synergy and balance between all these kind of pillars. If one of them, as we have been already illustrated to, if one of them goes up or even lower than the others, then the balance will be tipped off and the cloud will be affected. I wouldn't want to say that as a key feature of bioeconomy in Kenya, my observation is that it is extended in biomass production and process beyond food, feed production for animals and all that, and fiber, to include a range of other value-added products. And in this case, it is a variety. There is a variety of applications that we have had in Kenyan context. In summary, I would say we've tried to come up with new ways of producing all other innovations that are enhancing food production, food processing, and biosafety concerns to ensure that the country is food secure. Food has become a major political issue in Kenya to the extent that it has become an election issue. In the last election, the president of the day and other politicians had to lead a campaign until food, the government had to introduce even a package of unga or flour, maize flour, which are relating to show that the people that they care on supplying of food. So food is a major issue in Kenya because only 20% of the country is high potential in terms of agricultural productivity. Say 80% is mainly semi-arid and is water-stressed. And at the moment, with the ravages of climate change, most of the rivers are drying up. Water is becoming a major issue. And therefore, there are conflicts between people in different areas, mainly not because of wealth or anything else, but because of water. And water for production. And we need water to produce food because rain-fed agriculture is no longer reliable. It's no longer dependable. So we have to turn around to look for water. And climate change is becoming a major threat to these systems. The other thing is in terms of health provisioning, we're trying to do a lot of research on a lot of bioecosystems, in order to come up with medical facilitations or medical innovations which could also be able to address some of the major diseases that we face in our country and those kind of interface. We realize also with the lack of water to provide HEP and the high cost of biofuels or other fuels, we are also turning to biofuels and especially green energy in order to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, which of course enhances climate change. And in this case, we are coming up with biofuels. We're tapping into green energy systems such as wind. We have established several farms or plants. We also are also relying on solar energy a lot. Personally, my house, my home is purely solar energy powered in all systems except for the gate. And this is an illustration to my people that we can tap green energy and still be able to progress. Agroforestry has become a major practice. If you now came allowed Mount Kenya ecosystem and you went through, you realize farmers have now embraced this practice of planting trees as a form of enhancing biodiversity conservation within agroecosystems. And we have very nice synergies where people grow plants together with the crops within the same land. This is being practiced not only on agricultural ecosystems, but also in pastoral ecosystems, and also in tea and other areas. Plant integrated systems of bioeconomy is very much encouraged in our context. Oh, sorry, I thought I am moving with you, I'm moving alone. Why bioeconomy? I forgot I have something different here. Why bioeconomy? Kenya, of course, has had to focus on bioeconomy because it has become an important driver of future green and circular economic growth that takes both societal as well as environmental issues into consideration. Because it's not only about economy, it's not about development. We have, as a country, recognized that we also need to ensure all the other pillars are developed together. And therefore, the design of our economy, of rather bioeconomy within Kenya and how it is being integrated within the economic system is so as to ensure that we create new jobs and improve livelihood opportunities without compromising possibilities, future possibilities, or rather possibilities for future generations to be able to thrive their systems. On this major point, the government of the day has actually come up with very major strategic actions where it is trying to clear or rather to evacuate people from natural ecosystem like the Mau forest, where in the recent past, I think in the last 2 months, we have seen a whole lot of activity trying to remove people who had invaded water towers and trying to invade natural forests and clear them in the name of they are poor. Then we must get these resources because they are common. But the government has put its feet down, and together with the scientific community, we've been able to rehabilitate these ecosystems in order to bring them back to utility and ensure that at least we bequeath our future generation a more robust and sustainable environment. The other thing is to enhance public health and food security and nutrition. The government of the day has also come up with we have a Vision 2030 that is meant to ensure that Kenya becomes a middle-level income country in the year 2030. But then, because of speed, in order to get speed, the government has come up with 4 major areas of focus in the near term before 2022. One area being food security and safety, and the government is very keen and putting in a lot of money there. Policies are being developed towards that direction to ensure that food security is ensured while ensuring the production system, the processing systems are not wasteful, the production system don't destroy the environment, and everything is done with a view of bringing environmental concerns as well as social concerns on board in terms of development. This also has also found a second point. The government is also coming up with a universal healthcare program, which also is part of the government agenda at the moment. It's being implemented. Policies have been brought on board that ensure that healthy environmental conditions are ensured in everywhere, in every conditions, because most of our health problems, of course, are environmental associated in terms of water pollution, air pollution, congested areas in slums and all that. And the government is trying to ensure these problems that have ravaged our economy and our environment before are addressed adequately. Of course, the production of crops that are tolerant to droughts in order to ensure that the climate change we face, the changes that we are facing today, at least people are able to adapt to changing conditions and ensure they are able to produce adequate food even though the conditions have become harsher. So research as in terms of bioeconomy, we have the government has decided to fund research in universities using the National Research Fund to come up with new tolerable crops that can tolerate droughts, pests, and poor soils, so that, of course, they're able to produce sufficient food for supply unto the people, even though of course, climate change is taking place. So adaptation strategies are being put in place, and the government of the day is very much in the forefront in funding research in that direction, not only research, but also projects for implementation of research results from those findings. And then there are production of green chemicals and new bio-based materials for industrial use and local biorefineries. We have now another pillar, the pillar number 3, that is manufacturing, that the government is very keen to do about, and that's another area where bioenergy through various biomass production systems is being encouraged by the government in place of fossil fuels. And this is catching up very quickly. So many people are getting into this venture to capture, or rather to take advantage of the government offer to come up with crops, aquaculture, forest and micro fermentations, or other kind of production system that will feed into this production of biofuels and, of course, make some income from that. There is improved value addition using modern agro-processing system for high-quality food and feed in agro industrial system. We take into consideration as Kenya that much of the food wastage is produced. We have enough produce, but then there is a lot of wastage even after the crops have come from the field, either because of poor storage or because of poor management, poor logistics of moving it from one place where it is plenty to where it is needed. And the government is, of course, coordinating high-level kind of system to ensure that there's good flow and supply of food, good storage, and of course ensuring that climatic changes that have taken place, then new technologies for storage that take into consideration the climate change scenarios that would, of course, result into poor storage and destruction of food because of aflatoxin infestations, they are being addressed quickly. And then we have a lot of effort to convert bio-waste to useful products. That is recycling of bio-waste, producing fertilizers that we can also apply back into the farms, and all these are taking place in our country. Of course, we look forward to creating a greener economy, and recently the government of Kenya already has had 2 conferences. One was on green economy and the other one was on blue economy, and seeking how to tap onto bio resources to energize our Kenyan economy for the future. In this case, the government is very keen at addressing issues on food security, and I would want to look at the strategies involving farmers through value chain and agro-processing that related opportunities. Food security exists, as you know, by definition, when all people at all exist, when all people and at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. This can be, of course, achieved through a variety of things, and Kenya has planned these 7 items that we have concerted in various conferences in our country, so that people targeting certain particular deliverables to ensure that our people are fed well and ensure that people don't go without food at any time. One is by creating an enabling agri-production environment for improved food production. This has become very important to Kenyans in that it has been recognized that improved food supply chain, well-regulated labor supply, appropriate storage to avoid waste is necessary. It's very important to ensure every stage of the chain, from the supply of products to the input to the farmers, and ensuring they are there in good timing, and ensuring that they are in the good quality is being done through our various national institutions that check and inspect quality is provided to ensure there is no toxic materials that are introduced into our agricultural system is being done. Then, of course, the labor relationships and laws are being enhanced to ensure there is good productivity taking place. The next thing has been connecting farmers to market through well-managed agricultural value chains for different crops. I have been involved so closely, and when we met with the Clement, he was coming to study one of my pet project in the value chain development for horticultural production and export to Europe. There are different types of value chains that the government is very keen to improve these value chain development, and every stage, every participant, all the stakeholders are being taken care of and supported in order to ensure they do the appropriate development in space. Improving the agro and biomass processing sector. I think I need to move faster. And then the agro sector also produces large amount of waste, and therefore, which is severe to environmental problems. And so the bioeconomy of Kenya seeks to redress this by recycling these materials, and many materials are being the youths are being funded. The government has come up with a youth fund to facilitate youth participation in recycling this in order to create new what can I call them, cottage industries for recycling and reproducing these things. And so we have come up with projects. I like what I've seen, keeping Namibia clean. We are also doing exactly that, keeping Kenya clean. There are no smoking places in Kenya. There are places you will not, and these kind of activities are being done. Transforming Kenyan agro-processing sector so that it effectively adds value to the primary production is also another effort that we're doing. In the past, our products will be sold to Europe raw as they are, but now we are seeking to add value within the country in order to get more income out of that. And then also ensuring higher capacity in all respects is created for dynamic parts. Okay. This is the model that we are using. When I observe the Kenyan context and what we are doing now, I have adopted this from the book adopted from OECD 2009, the Bioeconomy to 2030. Yeah, you can see the locality and all this, all that, and because of time, we may not be able. So both from the primary production, that is of crops, that is within agro-ecosystem, and also from world, all other biodiversity in the natural ecosystems, all these we're trying to manage and ensure that at least they feed to the industrial growth in this case, but at the same time taking care of environmental concerns. So there's a lot of biodiversity conservation that is taking place in Kenya, and we see that finally the environment and the people will be healthy, they'll be well fed, and all that. The contextual future for bioeconomy has highly complex system that involves multiplicity of technologies that work within value chains. That is one area that is very crucial for us. And I want to believe that if you capitalize on the various value chain sections and ensure that in every area the aspects of sustainable development are being observed, then we can go a long way. Approaches used are many, depending on what works. And so there is lots of research that's going on, action research by the people and doing research with the people as they do their products, rather their production system, their manufacturing and processing systems, then we come up with the best, which then is recommended for use in the future. The raw prayers at different stages of the supply and value chains are also being integrated so that plans are being done from a consultative point of view. Our Constitution, 2010, demands that we don't do anything else without consulting the stakeholders. So stakeholder involvement in all that we do is becoming a major strategy. And if I can summarize, you can see all these are the roles of different but integrated sectors of bioeconomy. You can see from there is a science and technology that is in terms of innovations. There's a lot of research being done there and new innovations on how to do different things is coming up. Then there is an issue of priority setting. And then there is a human capital development, that is training, so that there is capacity being built. And then we have implementation of innovative strategies for ensuring that at least the people are producing while not degrading the environment. And then there is better income generation, there is more wealth creation. And then funding, of course, is being facilitated by the government and also by donor agencies that many of them have capitalized on, and we are able to move faster. You can see we have three sections. We can say there is governance. There are three pillars of bioeconomy, according to my observations. I put them in that. The first one there is governance and strategic oversight. There is need to be good oversight by government, and so the government of the day at all its levels up to the grassroots need to be involved, and this needs to be involve all stakeholders of the development process, so that it's not the government saying, but government should be able to consultatively be able to make policies, so that our policies in Kenya now, policy development and advocacy, are being done from a very consultative point of view, which is also demanded by the Constitution of Kenya. The second pillar, of course, is implementation and operation, because we can have very good policies, but still bad things are taking place, all negligent and things are taking place. So there is implementation and operation, and in this case we have implementing agencies, we have research councils, higher education institutions and CBOs, community-based education, and all of these are getting involved in different ways. You find that, for example, when we come to talk about natural resource utilization like water, in Kenya we have come up with a very good water resource management policy, where we have different bodies that have different respective responsibilities. But at the local level, I like it that we have come up with a scenario where the local communities are involved in managing of catchment areas, so that nobody has a right to exploit more water than the other, neither degrade. So they police one another, and these rules, they are called rules, they have become very integral and important ways of ensuring the water resources are not degraded, they are protected, and even rehabilitation is being done. It's one thing that I would want to encourage it can be done even here in Namibia, so that people don't just go and cut trees and just say, it's my tree. Yes, it's your tree, but the environment is ours. Yeah, they are our resources. We have a future to come. When you finish one tree that was there, you get maybe $100. Then you need to think about the birds that were home there, the carbon sequestration that was taking place, which was an ecological service to all of us. So there are many things to think about before somebody can be allowed even to cut a tree these days. In Kenya, you don't just cut a tree. The local community is concerned. It is your tree, but the oxygen it produces is ours. The carbon dioxide it absorbs, it saves us. So we have to charge one another to ensure we take care of each other. So this kind of corporate responsibility needs to be developed amongst the people, so that implementation or politicization of all policies is at least adequate to support sustainable development. And thirdly, the industrialization, of course, we have to proceed with industrialization and economic development, because at least we have to move on. Yeah, that is the third pillar. Quickly, this is how I have been, when I look into the Kenyan sector, as far as we are, I just sampled a few value chains. We could think of the agricultural value chain as a concept, whatever agricultural activity you want to think about. Then you think about the production process involved in agriculture, then the processing of biomaterials, manufacturing, and then the storage of these materials to avoid waste. And finally, we can talk of developments that come place in terms of technology and all that, and these are the benefits out there. You can take pastoralism is also another livelihood, which of course then it has its own production system, and so all that is a combination of how various livelihood systems are interwoved in the Kenyan context, so that food security is being ensured, while at the same time concerns of sustainable development and acceptability of what's taking place socially is being ensured, so that we have what we can call sustainable development. To come to almost an end, I have just pointed out just an example of Kenya's efforts and experience in agricultural livelihood, for example. I wouldn't take long there because time is gone. But you can see efforts to create food security. The government of Kenya has focused on food security as a government, as a governmental priority area. This Hanns, of course, follows the strategic projects that have been initiated, for example, crop livestock improvement, both for biotic and physical stresses associated in climate change. We have agro-processing initiatives that are being initiated in the country. An integrated food nutrition research program has been developed within our country, and different institutions are involved. And the funding is being provided by the government through the National Research Fund, where we compete for funds for for the best proposal. And then we have animal vaccine capabilities that are being developed in our national research facilities. Energy crop initiatives for biofuels are also being developed, and farmers are getting involved in producing these crops for cash crops. Then we have biocontrol and biofertilizers. Aquaculture is also becoming a major thrust, and the current president actually introduced aquaculture as an economic stimulus when he was a minister of finance. And now that he's the head of state, he has preached this message so that our university, Karatina University, actually has been selected for use for community extension programs for aquaculture development in the country, where people come from far to learn how to produce fish within their ecological, rather the convenience of their home site and all that. I would want to say, then the other example is an example of Kenya's efforts and experience in health. There are a lot of things that are going on now. New improved therapeutics and drug delivery systems are being developed within the country. There are new vaccine and other biologicals that are bio-safe scenarios. There are new improved diagnostics that are being developed within the country. And all these things are being funded and propagated by the government of Kenya, which I could say, as a Kenyan, although I'm not a government agent or a politician, I would say kudos to our government. They are doing a good job. In conclusion, bioeconomy project leadership in any part of the world, I would summarize, needs to do the same. In conclusion, it needs to ensure that, it coordinates stakeholder involvement and role players in bioeconomy to ensure that it's being practiced and people are getting involved appropriately. Develop and implement strategic innovation competencies. This is a very of urgent requisition, or rather requirement, that people need to actually be trained. Competencies that will guide people in that direction need to be developed, because people can only do what they know and what they are able to. Develop full value chain from concept to product, as we have already seen on the outreach there. Provide training in requisite informatics, functional genetics, structural biology, synthetic biology, and system biology. This will go a long way to facilitate bioeconomy. Create and facilitate technology service platforms where people who are not able to access certain equipment can at least have one center of excellence in almost every city or institution to be able to do good research. Develop a pilot scale infrastructure for facilitating research in bioprocessing. And then develop bioeconomy business incubation facilities for facilitating agribusiness startups, which may result in development of biotechnology parks within the country. Like here in Namibia, we're trying to do that. I am handing one of these major projects in Kenya. In my university, we're calling it Entrepreneurial University Project. And we are trying to revise our curriculum to ensure that whatever we are teaching our students, we don't teach them just to become job seekers, but we teach them to be job creators. And they have this is the mindset we want to develop, so that they start thinking about business ideas that have a sustainability concept and connotation within them. Provide for all such for required finances to enable project takeoff in a sustainable manner. And the government is doing that much in our country. Facilitate development of human capital, development including entrepreneurial skills. This is very important. And set up appropriate instruments for addressing specific knowledge needs, such as biosafety in our development agenda, and establish a working knowledge management database, or develop a bioportal, which could be available to everybody, so that there is data available for people who want to do research and they can see what to do in the future. And therefore, there should be, not he should, leadership, the project leadership should develop strategic innovation programs to address strategic gaps and opportunities for the country. It's very necessary that research be conducted to ensure that we know. We ask ourselves, where are we? Yeah? Where are we in terms of bioeconomy in this country? Where have we come from? How did we get here? And where do we want to get to as a country? And how do we get there? And finally, who do we get there with? Those are questions that we can get to ask ourselves. And in the leadership, either government leadership, project leadership, whoever is involved in any country should be able to ask himself those questions, and we can find ourselves getting to the right direction, getting our feet right, and getting to achieve correctly the deliverables that we desire. Thank you so much.
I don't think we should have let an academic take the stage first. Thank you very much, Professor, for such a short presentation. But I think it's important, the challenge usually when you direct a ceremony of this nature is at which stage do you say, okay, Professor, we've had enough? Because the issues that are brought up are so important and are so wide-reaching and overarching that we just have to make time to listen to some of these positions, especially when it comes to a case study of this nature. As you're aware, that has affected our time, so we are going to go ahead and give you the tea break, but we're only going to limit the tea break to 10 minutes, and we expect to continue at 11 o'clock sharp. Just a reminder to all my presenters, if you have any presentation, please do make sure to take it to the technical guys at the back. And going forward, let's please try to time the presentations so we can make sure we cover everything for today. Thank you.
must move closer.
Just to me.
Then
Today is all about sustainable use of natural resources
Yes.
and the bioeconomy. Can you just introduce yourself to our viewers and tell us where you're from?
My name is Tangeni Cornelius Kakweno Iyambo. I am an NP representing the oldest party in the country, SWANU of Namibia. We were invited, all parliamentarians were invited to this conference. And I find it to be of great importance because we, the latecomers on earth, human beings, and I'm saying latecomers in the sense that there were other animals that lived on earth.
Yes.
But as soon as we came on earth, we started destroying our biodiversity.
That's correct, yes.
And that is actually terrible, and the toll is it's coming. We will have to pay back one way or another, because what we destroyed, nature will retaliate against us, and we are about to experience some real devastating consequences of the climate change.
Obviously, you took time and you made the effort to be here. What have you learned so far this morning, and what do you hope to take away from the conference at the Safari Hotel?
I think from the few presenters that presented so far, I have learned that it is important for us human beings to start thinking about new resources, new ways of producing crops or even planting crops, because the old crops that we used to do are now almost obsolete, and they lost value. A carrot today is different from a carrot in the 1950s, for example. And so it is important for us to change with the times, because things are changing, and if we don't comply to that, we are bound to, as I said, extinction. Yes.
We have an election coming up.
Yes.
In November. What kind of role is climate change, sustainable use of resources, and of course the bioeconomy going to play in your election campaign?
Quite a very important role, because I don't know whether you know my party background, but the party that I lead is very well known for encouraging people to be educated. We feel very much that an educated nation or an educated world is a sustainable nation or self-reliant nation. And the more we are educated, all of us in the world, the more sustainable we will live, or at least try to cope with new innovations and changes.
That's right.
Especially climate change and so on. So we need to educate even our poorest of the poor, farmers or villagers need a kind of enlightenment in order for us to live in a globe that we understand and try to plow back into it.
Obviously, we know that the country is going through a very, very difficult time. From your party side, what are you getting from the ground in terms of farmers and so forth and their battles?
Yeah, well, it's very devastating. The farmers especially are more affected than the urban dwellers, because they depend primarily on the climate to sustain their animals and their crops and so on. So they are very much affected, and it will be good if government could push more efforts into assisting the farmers. I know that the government has done something by declaring state of emergency, but that's not enough. We need to practically go out there and assist these farmers practically for them to sustain their crops and their livestock.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it, and good luck for the rest of the conference.
You caught me unawares, but I hope I have done justice.
You did well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got another guest. Come, please join me. How are you?
Fine, good. Very interesting conference so far.
I just wanted you to introduce yourself to the viewers and then tell them where you're from and who you're representing.
I'm representing the European Union, that is the delegation of the EU in Namibia, and I'm the head of cooperation overseeing our cooperation program with Namibia.
And your name?
My name is Achim Schaffert.
Pleased to meet you.
Thank you.
You spoke about, it's been a very interesting morning, hasn't it?
Absolutely,
so far?
yeah. And this is also something which we very much support. It's a very commendable initiative, and the European Union, of course, stands ready to continue supporting Namibia in managing its natural resources. And when I say the European Union, I also mean the member states of the European Union and the European Commission.
Yeah. I know we couch it sometimes in very delicate terms, like sustainable development and resource management, but this is actually about the future of Earth, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing more important, and Namibia relies on a good use of its natural resources for many reasons, as most every country does. And we are happy to provide whatever expertise we possibly can, and to have this dialogue with our partners in Namibia.
Thank you so much for the role the EU plays, especially in our country, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Up next we have some international flavor, I believe. Some more international flavor. Good morning. How are you, sir?
Fine, thanks.
Can you just introduce yourself and tell the viewers where you're from?
Spain. I live in the region of Murcia. It's a small region in the south of Spain. And well, the weather is similar to a little similar to Namibia. Dry. Yes,
so you're feeling right at home?
And we have, sorry?
You're feeling right at home, you say?
Yes, yes. And our agriculture is a case of successful case. In Europe, we are very important producing all kind of vegetable and fruits. So we export to all the Europe and even abroad in another continent. So I think it's a good example to expose here in the conference. We try, of course, to balance the natural research with this agriculture, intensive agriculture. It's very difficult, but we try.
And of course, it's been a very interesting morning so far. What are your impressions so far from some of the speakers?
Oh, well, at the moment, I think the conference is very, the equilibrium is very good. We take different subjects, but it's relation all these topics, and the speaker at the moment is very good. So I hope, in my case, I can apport some piece of information, interesting information for you.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was really fun talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have
Ambassador of Spain.
His Excellency. How are you doing? I'm fine. Just for the interest of the viewers, please introduce yourself and give us your designation. I know you're the ambassador, but just for the viewers.
Thank you very much. I'm Javier Romera. I am the ambassador of Spain to Namibia, and I've been here for a year already.
Oh, fantastic. And what has been your impression so far of our beautiful country?
Fantastic. As you say, it's a beautiful country, and I've traveled all throughout Namibia, up to the north, close to Ruacana, close to the border with Angola, and to the very south, to Marienthal, and also to Luderitz, and of course to Walfish Bay, Swakopmund, and to the main cities, Oshakati, Ohandia, and so on. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, obviously you know by now that we're a very dry country. That's why this conference is of such critical importance for us. In terms of Spain, are you guys going to be bringing any best practices from your experience in terms of sustainable development to this conference?
Exactly. That's the idea. That's the idea. We have in Spain a big variety of climate diversity. We have the north, which is more humid with more rainfall. Then we have the south and the southeast, particularly some regions of the east, that's Murcia, Almeria, where we have a very dry climate, and in fact some similarities can be drawn between the arid climate of the bush in Namibia and those regions in Spain. And indeed we are doing a lot in terms of finding innovative and creative solutions with water.
His Excellency, can you tell me a bit more about our bilateral relations? What other kind of industries and sectors are we cooperating in?
Thank you. I would say that the main areas of our collaboration are in three domains. One, the most obvious one perhaps, is fisheries, where Spain and Spanish companies with local partners have been very present for the last 50 years, I dare say. Then we have another sector, which is a more recent one, which is in agriculture. Indeed, we have in the north, we have asparagus cultivation. We are already starting to process some of the asparagus that have grown there in Oshifo, and we are employing at around, next year we will be employing at around 600 jobs. We will be offering through this asparagus project in close to Ruacana. And then the third area is renewable energy. We have already 2 solar energy investments, one from Alten company in Marienthal, 37 megawatts, and another one in Rospina, AEE, that's the company, is a smaller one, it's 5 megawatts, that are they go directly to the net, to NamPower.
And in terms of what we can offer in terms of business opportunities, what else do you think that Spain would be interested in investing in Namibia at this stage?
I think that there is still a lot to do in agriculture. I think there is room and a huge margin to put a lot of land, which, let us say, is idle at the moment, to put it to production and to learn from each other and to contribute to the food security in Namibia, which I think is of the essence when it comes to the development of any country, but also of Namibia, of course.
In terms of your tenure as ambassador, what are kind of your focus areas in terms of improving the relations between the two countries?
I'm interested, aside of these economic areas I've just mentioned, but also in the cultural area. I'm trying to improve the access of the Spanish language for the Namibian people, of how to get access to learn the language, because there are not many opportunities
that is so true.
To learn the language.
And it's a beautiful language, isn't it?
Thank you very much. You're very kind. But it's a useful language as well.
Yes, that's correct.
It opens you the whole world of South America, from Mexico to the Patagonia.
Absolutely.
And you're just in front of them. You're very close in terms, in trade terms and in many terms, and you're not that far away from the continent in South America. It's just a matter of opening at least the cultural space and looking forward across the ocean.
Ambassador, I wish you the best for your tenure forward. How long are you still with us?
At least 2 more years, I hope.
Excellent, excellent. And I'm sure by the time you go back, you would have become an ambassador for us in Spain. Isn't that so?
Count on that.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time. It was really great speaking to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
And here we have a lovely lady. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm great. For our viewers, introduce yourself and tell us where you come from.
Okay, my name is Sarah Nitenge. I come from the Namibia Statistics Agency.
Yes.
Yes, where
Very important agency.
very important, if you say. Yeah.
Yes. And the NSA's interest here today, what are you guys hoping to get from the conference?
Okay, personally for myself, I am a focal point for establishment of environment statistics in the country. So from the conference, I really look forward to networking with other stakeholders in the field, and also just finding solutions to our current challenges.
Yes.
You know, we have drought, we have
Absolutely, yeah.
our forests are degrading, and we have all these pressing issues that we need to address. So I really just look forward to hearing from the speakers, learning from others, and also sharing my little knowledge that I have.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the NSA, because they do an amazing job. They really do.
Oh, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Can you
And,
kindly please
just to
take a seat so that we can
mention,
start
we can't have all these
with the
discussions and all these policies
first session.
formulated without data. So data is really important.
Can I also
to
call
inform
on-
policy
That's
and
correct,
to
yes.
make informed decisions.
Of
the
course,
panelists for
Thank you
the
so much
panel
for joining
discussion
me.
to please make
All
their
right.
way to the technical area on
Please come this
your immediate left side. to get your microphones. Dr. Miguel
just for the viewers,
Angel Fernandez Carrillo,
tell us,
Mulima Mushikobanji,
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Ruli
very much.
Fenter, and Professor Dr. Oliver Ruppel. Please go to the technical side so you can get your microphones fixed for the panel discussion. That's on that end.
Namibia. So almost 3 years I'm here. I enjoy the climate.
Ms. Kambinda, you may also join them
Try to
so that you can also get...
always a better day than yesterday.
Yes, that's very important.
Yes,
isn't
that's
it?
my agenda.
Yes, no, it should be everybody's agenda, shouldn't it?
Definitely. And today I made it.
Yes. So
Yes.
you're having a better day than yesterday, you say?
Absolutely.
Excellent.
But you know, I'm afraid tomorrow what I have to do because it has to be better than today.
Yeah, let's stay positive.
Absolutely. So it keeps me going up.
Yes. And the conference, very, very important issues, sustainable resource management, bioeconomy. These are things that affect all of us throughout the whole world.
Absolutely. That is online challenges, in my opinion. So we have to pay on daily basis attention and bring it to the notice of the public because it is a teamwork.
That's correct.
Yes.
In terms of Iran's
If
presence...
in the meantime I can... Yeah, I see it's there. All right, I would like to observe all the protocol. I think that has been done this morning already, and I see there are still people coming in. If I could ask everyone to take their seats. And I'd like to formally welcome you to this session on the current state of agriculture and climate, and looking at smart ways towards food security. So we have less time than what is on the program. We did start late, and therefore we'll try and save time wherever we can. There are basically two parts to this session. The first part will be some formal presentations or interventions or speeches, and we do have, I understand on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, we have Madam Kambinda, so she will deliver that speech. I hope I have it right. And then of course we will have a presentation by Dr. Miguel Carrillo. He has already been introduced. The profiles of the speakers are also in the files that have been handed over to you, so in the interest of time, I would not really go through their profiles. And then after that, we will have a moderated panel discussion, so I'll try and give each of the three panelists who have not spoken before about 5 minutes, just to share some thoughts on the theme of this session. And if there is anything to add from the two other panelists who have spoken or would have spoken already, they can also do that very briefly. And I'll have one or two questions to kickstart the conversation, and then I'll open it up for questions and comments from the floor, which I think is really the idea of the interaction between the panelists and the floor. But before we then get to the first speaker, I'd like to basically just set the scene. And in setting the scene, I have a couple of slides. I'll be sharing some facts with you, but I'll also be posing questions which I will not answer, but hopefully in the panel discussion, if any of the panelists want to answer to some of those questions, they are free to do that. Otherwise, I pose them really to try and get started on some thinking, as well as some reflection on our part as Namibians. Let me then move on. I think if we look at this whole thing, we need to look at what's in the scene that we are actually looking at. What does the scene look like? I think what we see is that we have an economy that is in severe recession, and I think that's really the context in which all our discussions need to happen. It's an economy that to my mind, requires rebooting from the various elements of that economy or from the various sectors. It appears to require structural reform, and I've got a slide later that probably backs up that statement that I make. I think it is much more in need of structural reform than simply hoping it will sort itself out. And agriculture could really be a significant contributor to growth in this economy. I think that's the first thing around the economy on the scene that we are talking about. The second important thing is really the fact that drought has become a permanent condition of our landscape, and I think we better get used to that. And our plans must take into account the fact that drought is always going to be with us, and not hope that every time there's a better season and then there isn't, and so on. But I think we must plan in such a way that the way that we use our resources takes into account that drought is a permanent condition, and I'll share a slide on that as well. What we also see on the scene is that agriculture's contribution to gross domestic product, or agriculture's contribution as a percentage of gross domestic product, is in long-term decline, and I'll try and demonstrate that to you with a slide as well. And then the other reality on the scene is that agriculture's long-term contribution to employment is also on the decline. But I think interestingly, if I look at funding of agriculture, that has been on the up all the time. So there are critical questions that we've got to ask ourselves as we actually tackle this reality. So I think what you see there, and now I understand what Prof was referring to, but what you see on this slide is actually the long-term decline. This is really depicting your quarter-on-quarter development in the economy. But what you can see, since the third quarter of 2013, you can really see, if you do a trend line, that long-term decline. I think that's the first thing that you will see. And of course, more recently, you would see that we are either in negative or zero territory in terms of quarter-on-quarter growth. And that is prolonged. If you even take it back and look at the time when we had the global financial crisis, I think at most we had 3 quarters of consecutive negative growth. But what you see recently is much more than that. And that's why I asked the question, is this perhaps unique to Namibia? Can we always say this is because of external factors? Or is this structural that we actually need to try and deal with as a country? So if I can then move on, I think this slide really talks to the weather, to the climate, to rain. And what you will see here is I've done the long-term average rainfall. So is that solid line there. And if you really look at the last 30 years, this is really what this graph says. Half of those years, 15, the rainfall is actually below, you see, the long-term average. And 9 out of those 15 years, we had formally declared drought. All right? So we better get used to the condition that drought is actually a permanent condition, and the way that we manage it must then be in line with that. So I think that is really just looking at the scene, looking at it from the point of view of rainfall. This slide talks to agriculture's contribution to GDP over time. So I think what you see is that contribution is actually on decline over time. So that's really what that linear line says. But even if you look at the actual trends, that is really what it is. Much more from higher levels, 7-8% around independence. And I think if you extended this, you're probably talking 3 or below 3 currently going into the future. So that is really what it says. Now, of course, if you look at the absolute value, of that, if you take current prices, that is going up. But my question is it because of production? Is it because of pricing or prices that have been going up? And I think that's really what it is. It's prices that are driving that thing up. Do we fully understand the underlying causes of that decline in the contribution of agriculture to GDP over time? It's a question that I'm posing, and I'm not answering it at this stage. So if I can move on, the important thing is also to look at the contribution of agriculture to employment, and the next two slides I'll take together. I think there's one or two cleanups that I will still do, but I think the story is quite simple. So if you look over time, the contribution of agriculture to employment has also been declining. Although, of course, if you look at the next slide, you will see that agriculture still remains the biggest single contributor to employment in the economy, but it's actually on the decline. And again, I ask the question, do we fully understand the underlying causes of what's happening in agriculture, and how can we tackle that in a smart way that we actually can then reverse this trend? So I think that is what you see there, and here you simply see, so although it's on the decline, it is still the single biggest contributor to employment in the country. And therefore it requires policy support, it requires all smart interventions so that we can actually maintain it as core in the economy. So this basically looks at funding. So what we've done here is we've taken agri-banks funding over time, we've taken the agri funding of commercial banks over time. So what you see obviously is if you take the period from 2010 to 2018, and this is consider it cumulative credit or outstanding loans or total loan book, you actually see a doubling in funding. From just around 3 million to just over 3 billion to just over 7 billion. So funding has been going up. Admittedly, a lot of that is obviously to go into farmland, which has become expensive, specifically if you look at the period from 2010. But if we get that farmland, are we using it productively if what we are seeing is the contribution is actually coming down over time, and so on. So that's just another one that I would like to look at. So let me leave you with key questions. One is, so how do we de-risk the country from perennial droughts? Surely we cannot just watch it and hope that some or other time there will be rain. So there must be actions that we can begin to take so that we de-risk the country. Whether rain comes or doesn't come, at least we are able to actually carry on. That's one. And how do we diversify at farm level? So that's at the level of the individual farmer. And how do we facilitate that diversification as a country? Because surely the farmers can do something, but how do we catalyze that as a country is a question I'd like to ask. And then, of course, we can talk about use of natural resources and smart and so on, but we need to be inclusive. And inclusivity requires us also to have on board, especially your communal farmers. And I think the big question is always around the northern communal farmers. So how do we provide access to those farmers to markets so that if they embark upon smart ways of agriculture and sustainable use of natural resources, they can actually benefit from it, and there's an incentive for them to do that. And then the other thing is, of course, how do we actually cover the infrastructure gaps in communal areas so that we can facilitate or encourage farmers to produce? As long as you have gaps in terms of water infrastructure, in terms of transport infrastructure, roads and so on, in terms of telecoms, which is really driving your mobile technology, you can talk about smart ways of agriculture, but if you don't have the basics in place, you may as well actually forget about that. Is the submission that I'm making. And how do we expand farming skills levels on a national scale to improve productivity and increase output? Because I think land is one thing, all the other ingredients are, whether it's finance or water or transport are other, but we also need to look at skills. So how do we actually ensure that we expand farming skills so that we can bring about increased production? And overall, how do we create climate resilience through climate smart agriculture? So those are the questions I'd like to leave. And if any one of the panelists would like to respond to them later, you're quite welcome. I am looking at the chairs here. I'm sure they will come a bit later. But I think for now, I'd like to stop here with my setting the scene. I'd like to invite the keynote speaker. My understanding is that it is Madam Kambinda who is standing in for the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. So whoever it is, can they please come forward and deliver the keynote speech?
Good morning. I have been introduced already, and I just want to say that before I get into the speech, I'm actually excited to be here because of the nature of these conference interventions which are going on since the beginning in the morning. I've been enjoying every presentation. Being a person from agriculture production, extension and engineering services, the interventions at hand are actually our daily activities. Perhaps that forms one of the reasons why I and my colleague, Mr. Joseph Hailwa, have been nominated to represent the minister at this particular conference. I would like to tender the apology of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Water and Forestry, together with the Executive Director, who are not able to be with us physically. But believe you me, we were briefed, and yes, we'll try our level best. I would like to present the speech as indicated, though on the side, the facilitator tried to whisper to me, can you not compress? You know, and definitely I'm not allowed to compress the Honorable Minister's speech. You will definitely have to bear with me. I'm very, very sorry about this, but I'll try my best to fast track the deliberation of the speech. So I read it as it is, and it's a keynote speech by Honorable Minister for, to this conference. The protocol has been established already, so in the interest of the time, Director of Ceremonies, I observe all the protocols. It is my privilege to have been afforded this opportunity to deliver a keynote speech at this session, which will deliberate on agriculture in Namibia, the current state of agriculture, climate-smart ways towards rural development and food security. Ladies and gentlemen, Director of Ceremonies, climate change is recognized as one of the world's biggest development challenges in the 21st century that continues to pose serious threats to the environment and human life. Climate change is undermining efforts to achieve key development goals towards rural development, poverty reduction, and food security. In addition, it is one of the main impediments to the attainment of sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Director of Ceremonies, to counteract the numerous risks associated with climate change, there are many ongoing initiatives at global, regional, and national levels. At global level, such initiatives include the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, amongst others. Namibia is an active part to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which aims to strengthen global response to the threat of climate change. As a result, Namibia resolved to adopt and implement policies and measures designed to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change on the environment and to adapt to such change. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia's vulnerability to climate change is evidenced by continued exposure to extreme weather-related events such as flooding and droughts, erratic rainfall patterns, as well as gradual temperature increases observed over time. Here, I would like to pause to say there are times when you've had droughts and also flash floods at the same time, a phenomenon which is very unique to Namibia. As a result, Namibia is classified as one of the countries at risk in terms of agricultural losses. For instance, since climate change is expected to impact agriculture yields, there is no doubt that it will impact negatively on the livelihoods and food security of farmers in particular and the Namibian citizenry in general. This means for sustained food security to be assured, climate-resilient approaches and responsible agriculture investment should be made in order to improve productivity and increase yields. Yes, indeed, about 70% of our population depend directly or indirectly on agriculture in terms of food, income, and livelihoods. It is for this reason that at the national level, the agriculture sector has been singled out as one of the priority sectors which should be harnessed to bring about the much-needed socio-economic development and improvement to the well-being of the majority of the Namibian people, taking into account the effects of climate change. It is for this reason, indeed, that Namibia is committed to climate-smart agriculture approach. Ladies and gentlemen, Director of Ceremonies, in this regard, the Minister of Agriculture, Water and Forestry, with the assistance of development partners, introduced programs, namely one, dryland crop production program, or namely DCPP, also passionately referred to as rain-fed program. Two, comprehensive conservation agriculture program, CCAP. Three, climate resilient agriculture in the three of the vulnerable extreme northern crop growing regions, abbreviated as CREV, as well as the development of rangeland management policy and strategy with objectives of mitigating and adapting to climate change to build the resilience of farmers and agroforesters. Ladies and gentlemen, Director of Ceremonies, these programs are responsive to the country's 5th National Development Plan, the National Climate Change Strategy and Action 2013-2020, and the Namibia Climate Smart Agriculture Program 2015 to 2025, which aims at improving agriculture output, creating a resilience in communal areas, and enhancing food security at household and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, these interventions are in line with the 2014 Marable Declaration on accelerated agriculture growth and transformation for shared prosperity and improved livelihoods. Through this declaration, Namibia, like all African countries, has a commitment to ending hunger by 2025. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, the Dryland Crop Production Program, or DCPP, is implemented in all the crop-growing regions of the country, namely Zambezi, Kavango West, Kavango East, Omsati, Ohangwena, Oshana, Oshkoto, Kunene, Ochudonjupa, and Omaheke. Under this program, the government provides subsidized inputs, seed and fertilizer, and services such as plowing and weeding services to communal farmers. The Comprehensive Conservation Agriculture Program, on the other hand, is implemented in all the 14 regions in Namibia. The Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Forestry is jointly implementing the CCAP, or Comprehensive Conservation Agriculture Program, in partnership with development partners, such as the GIZ, Food Agriculture Organization. The program promotes conservation agriculture practices and good agriculture practices, because the two are complementary, and is aimed at creating resilience of farmers to varying climate conditions and at enhanced crop production and productivity. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, with regard to the CRAVE project, which the ministry is implementing jointly with the Ministry of Environment and Tourism and the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia, the project aims at increasing the climate resilience and reducing the food insecurity of subsistence farmers in Namibia. The project is implemented in the vulnerable extreme northern crop growing regions of Zambezi, Kavango East, and Kavango West for a period of 5 years, ending in March 2022. In addition, the CRAVE project is designed to scale up the adoption of adaptive measures such as climate-smart agriculture, including conservation agriculture and micro-drip irrigation. This project is supporting the development of Mashare Agriculture Development Institute, also known as MADI, into a climate-resilient agriculture center of excellence, which will carry out trials and demonstrations on climate-smart agriculture. It is important to highlight that this project will make it possible for farmers to have access to off-grid solar energy technologies, including water pumping for small-scale micro horticulture systems and refrigeration for harvested foods. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, shifting from traditional agriculture practices or conventional agriculture practices to more climate-smart agriculture approaches will not only help protect farmers from the adverse effects of climate change and offer a way to reduce greenhouse gas emission, but will also improve farm yields and household incomes, leading to stronger, more resilient communities. Therefore, we owe it to the 70% of our population that depend, direct or indirect, on agriculture in terms of food, income, and livelihoods to ensure that climate-smart agriculture is promoted and practiced. In conclusion, I wish you a fruitful deliberation and a successful conference. I thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Mildred Kambinda, for delivering the keynote speech on behalf of the Minister. Certainly, you've given us insights into some of the interventions from the ministry's side, and you've made quite a strong policy statement that the ministry supports smart agriculture. So we appreciate that. I think without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Miguel Carrillo, who will give us yet another example from Spain, Dr. Carrillo. Can we welcome him with another round? He came from so far.
Good morning, all assistants, participants, authorities. I'm happy to stay here in Namibia. It's my first time here in Africa, so I enjoy your country. Today, I want to thank to the organization, Dr. Clement, of course, and especially I want to thank to my ambassador of Spain here in Namibia, Mr. Antonio Javier Romera, and their family that accept me for a day. So thank you so much. Well, I don't have much time, so I give only some piece of information, but my presentation will you have in the next day. So I'm sure you can share this information or read slowly. Well, for me it's important the script to description my region, because I think we have some common characteristics. For example, it's a small region in the south of Europe. Spain is here, and region of Murcia is a small region in the south of east of Spain, in the Mediterranean coast. We suffer a Mediterranean climate, so we have extreme temperature, mainly hot temperature. For example, the average annual temperature is 19.5, but we reach in summer until 40, 45 degrees. Okay? But the rainfall is a little. We reach, the average rainfall is 270 only. So the total hour of sun, 3,126 hours. So we have a good condition to produce a lot of kind of crops, but the main problem is we have a lack of water. We don't have much water. And all studies or researchers in European Union said in this area we are more exposed to climate global change. This is a new phenomenon. For example, this September we suffer a very important extreme flash flood after a long drought. So we reach even 300 or more liters per square meter. So it's much water in only 2 days, 1 day, or in an hour. So we suffer these consequences. The damage of this phenomenon in 2 days only is approximately 800 million €, in a small region. So the global climate change is very important. It's a reality. It's not illusion. It's not that some research said. This is the real situation in some countries. This is, I don't have time, so you have all information. This is the maps of average annual temperature. It's a small region, but it's curious because we have, in a little distance, we have much difference in temperature, in rainfall. We said it's like a continent. because we have in the north, it's a cold weather, we can crop different crops, plantation, compared with the south. It's very different. So only in 100 kilometers. This is the average annual rainfall. Okay. That is, I said before, we suffer a structural deficit water in our main river, is Segura River. So we evaluate this lack of water on 460 hectometers 2 years. It's very important, this quantity of water. So we need transfer water from other regions, but it's very difficult because other regions like this water. So we try to use in the best place this water, but it's very difficult to agree with other people in different regions. This is the trend of temperature in our coast is extreme, this change, and for example, in some studies said that the coast of Spain and of course in Italy and Greek, we are more exposed to global change. Okay, my region is an important region in Europe. I mean about the agriculture, because we produce a lot of different products, 100 different or more different kind of products, different crops, plantation, and produce a lot of products that export mainly in European Union, but now we try to reach other countries abroad European Union. We have a lot of vegetable, mainly leche. We produce 80% of leche in Europe. In some fruit tree, for example, peach, lemon, orange, etc. We have grapefruit, vineyard, etc. And we use a special or technological system to increase our production. For example, irrigated land, we have 130,000 hectares, more or less 40 or 50% of land in Murcia, agricultural land, is but this by this crop system. And we have as well greenhouse. It's an important production, mainly tomatoes and paprika. This is the agrarian production. I pass this information. Our market, mainly Germany, United Kingdom, France, and Netherlands. How important is agri-food? It's very important for us. So, for example, the evolution of agri-food export is this graphic, and we reach almost 5,000 million of euro, only in my small region. So it's very important. For example, the GDP in this year, in the last year, is 1,350 million of euro. It's only the 4.3 of regional total export, but it's very important in employment. We reach directly 11.2, but if you consider indirectly employment, this value is higher. for our different weather, depend on the situation, we have a lot of different kind of crops. We have dryland crops, we have irrigated outside vegetable crops, we have irrigated greenhouse vegetable crops. Okay. The nature important is other common characteristic with this land. In my region, we have a higher biodiversity compared with other parts of the Europe. For example, we have the 2,100 vascular plant species only in my small region. We have a lot of different natural areas with some regulation. It's the Red Natura in Europe. It's very important. This is the natural red network natural areas for birds, for plants, etc. This is an example only. The landscape is beautiful, different to Namibia, of course. We have water, not much, but we have some. This is the Mar Menor Sea. It's a salty natural lake. This is the Mediterranean coast, and this is a special ecosystem that we have problem with this for agriculture, for tourism. So we need to compatibilize these activities with this natural zone. Some example, of course, is different to your wildlife. Your wildlife is very impressive. This is small, but all animals is very important in the earth, not only the big. Okay? So in my region, we have a lot of endemisms. Challenges in the agriculture in the region of Murcia. In the past, I don't speak about this, but it's more or less similar in all the countries. But, for example, in the present, of course, in the future, we have the past, but the main challenges now is global climate change, I think so. We have to adaptation, because in this moment it's very difficult to apply prevention or mitigation now. So we have to adapt to this phenomenon, to this change. Internationalization, industrialization, attending the difficulties on specific areas, for example, mountain or other limitation. There are a lot of, but for example, I highlight bioeconomy. We try to, similar than in Kenya, we try to relate all economic area, apply new technologies and increase the relationship, because you can reuse products and the products. So this is our trend now. Some example of this response. In water, for example, irrigation modernization, we invest a lot of money in this technology, water dam, pressure and located irrigation. We have the 80% of the land. Distribution pipes, saving energy system, telecontrol, etc. Control system of irrigation in farm, measuring, fertilization, information and communication technologies, irrigation optimization. We have a special web that farmer can see the needs of water in their farm. Hydroponic crops. Reuse of treated water is very important for us. We reuse 19% of the water from the cities. It's very important for us. Desalination, salty water. We try to do this, but it's very expensive, this method. Catching of rainwater rainfall water, or ossification, and catching of drink water. Some example, some picture, I think is the best. This is the canal that we transfer water from other region. It's a very important infrastructure for my region. This is some example of dam. We cover now with special material to reduce the needs of water. We have this technology in FAR. This is some plants of water purification, of desalination. It's very expensive, this technology and this infrastructure, of course. We have in a network in our region, I don't remember, but maybe 50 or 70 points with agri-climatic station to get information of the rainfall, the temperature, the humidity, and something like that. This is a system to control in the distance. You can control when you open or close the irrigation. The farmer can use the mobile phone. All the irrigation is connected. This is an example of sensor into the farm. This is a real farm. And this is the technology by mobile phone to use and control. For example, the farmer can go here and control in the distance the condition into the greenhouse, for example. Different kind of crops, protected crops, not only vegetable. We use in tree in order to get early fruit, for example, or protect it from the climatic phenomenon. Environment is very important. We have rules to control and reduce the use of phytosanitary products. In Europe, European Union, is very important, this subject. We have a lot of kind of a good agriculture practice and even advanced production system, integrated or organic production. Now in my region is very important now, this kind of crops, etc. Some picture, for example, natural enemies. In my region is very important, and farmers get used to use this kind of enemies, and the strategy with these different plants and different pests in order to reduce the phytosanitaries, birds, and something like that. For example, I try in my region to use the multifunctional plant barrier. We plant specific plants to increase the variety and to host other natural enemies. So it's very important, and now we try to do this project. Trituration of pruning and mulching to protect the soil, because we have rainfall very aggressive, so it's very important to protect the soil. The technology of monitoring traps, control traps, etc. for the pest. This is my work, my real work in Murcia now is this.
Can I ask you to wrap up?
Sorry?
Can you finish?
Yeah, okay. So, other example, but I pass, okay? This is an example of quality. But this is important, I'm finished. Sorry. This is more or less the main tools that we use in the past and now to improve our agriculture. We improve our agriculture all days. Our farmer think how I can improve my crops, my plantation, my economical results all days. It's very important to change the mind. So I don't have time, but research, of course, innovation, development, training, but not only training in a university level. It's necessary engineer, of course, I hope, but it's very important the medium level, because the people that use this technology is not university people, it's other kind of level. So this level is very important to begin to take a good agriculture and very competitive agriculture, not only engineer, but it's important, of course. Cooperation of farmers is very important in my region because we have a lot of small farmers. So this farmer join in a big company, and with this, with the goals to have more power in the market. This is an example. Our institution of research and innovation. We have a lot of private company that invest as well. University, of course. This is an example. Plant breeding, for example. We investigate or research to new products with best characteristics to the market. For example, circular economy is an example in Spanish, I'm sorry, but it's not mine. It's a circular economy with aquiculture, farmer, cut the carbon dioxide and reuse in the greenhouse, reuse the water into the ponds. So this is the way, I think so. Training, plant demonstration for the farmer to transfer this technology. Okay, we have different ways to reach these tools. Of course, the financing, the funds is very important. The banks, the role of the banks is very important because farmer needs money to improve the field and the farmer, but also cooperation and other, I'm sorry, the laws regulation is important as well for my government because we oriented the farmer. So that's all. I'm sorry for the fast presentation, but thank you so much for the attention. I'm sorry.
Right. I just want to see if this thing works now. Can you put it on? The head set. All right. Thank you very much. I think we should give Dr. Carrillo another round of applause. And my apologies, I had to remind him. I think it's really, I know he has a lot to share, but time is also a challenge. But I have no doubt that there will be a lot of people who would want to engage you, Doctor, afterwards. May I now take this opportunity to invite the panelists who will join the two panelists that are already up here. I'd like to invite Mwilima Musakavanji up front from NNFU. Musho. I'd like to invite Ruli Fenter from Namibia Agricultural Union. If you could please join us up front here. And I'd like to invite Professor Oliver Ruppel from the University of Stellenbosch. If you could join us up here. Is there anybody who's here on behalf of Musho from NNFU? Right. Right, thank you and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to have you on my panel. Maybe if I can just start with the two new panelists. Ruli, what's your 5 minutes thoughts on the topic that we are actually discussing? Yes.
Thank you, Zakaria. I have two slides on a presentation. Maybe we can, if we can show that quickly, if I'm allowed. It's only 2 slides.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. I think the most important message we want to bring across is that in this difficult economic conditions we are in, we strongly believe from a farmer's point of view that primary agriculture is one of the key issues and the key sectors which can start this economy. But this growth in the economy will only start at farm level, and only if that farm level is profitable. If we destroy in our policies primary production, the whole total value chain is disintegrating and we're going nowhere. And research have shown if $1 is invested in primary agriculture, $3 to $4 are being generated, Namibian dollars are being generated in the total economy. If you're looking at that value chain which I've shown you, the 6 or 7% of GDP which we're talking of, or 4% what it is only the primary sector in the primary production sector. But there's a whole value chain from which the primary agricultural sector is feeding. So primary production is buying input from the input suppliers. It is marketing their livestock through auctions. It is using transport to transport products. It is selling their products to processing abattoirs, export processing, and that is ending in the trade. So we actually have the agri-food sector value chain, which is not only the agricultural sector. And estimates is showing in Southern Africa that this contribution is easily between 15% and 20%. And we need to make that calc in Namibia to see what is that contribution of the total agri-food sector to the Namibian economy. I want to show this just as the state of Namibian. We have made calculations from the NAU that the formal cash sales in the formal market during 2018 for the agricultural sector, that's cash to the farmer, is about 7.5 billion. I think corresponds with your figures. But it's very important that about 80% of that 7.5 billion is being earned by net exporting industries, where, for example, we are industries where we are producing in Namibia more than which we are consuming, and 20% is by net importing industries. And we believe it's very important to realize that we need different growth strategies for the net exporters versus net importers. Net importers, and that is the dairy sector, the poultry sector, the vegetable sector, the grain sector, etc. We need continuous protection of that sectors against unfair competition. International companies can easily close down a sector in Namibia because of our mere size of the market. What is also important that the net exporting industries, which is the beef and the cattle and the charcoal and the grapes and etc., need unrestricted export opportunities for these producers and primary producers to invest in the land in order to produce, to increase production. My last slide. We need urgent actions to make this happen. And as moderator, as you have indicated, as well as Madam Kambinda, we are currently in the worst drought, and Honorable Kachivivi, we are in the worst drought in memory history. We are talking really, this drought is comparing to 1960s, 1930s. we haven't seen this. Farmers which are farming for 50 years haven't seen this. So we need urgent actions and support actions to ensure that primary producers recover after this disaster drought. That it would need supportive financial models to survive cash flow challenges. For the next 3 to 5 years, there would be severe cash flow challenges because farmers have depleted their herds, they need to build up their herds, and there's simply nothing to sell. The second one, we need reinvestment for restocking to get to full production. And, very important, moderator, we need alternative income sources to manage our cash flow while herd rebuilding is taking place. That is on the short term in the next 3 to 5 years. On the long term, the biggest opportunity in Namibia is to restore our rangelands and restore the balance between grass and bush. We are a savanna, and that include bush and include grass. And we have the scale have tilt to bush, and there's no place for grass. And we need to restore that balance between grass and bush. And this is, according to, there's 45 million hectares of this land which we need to be restored. And this opportunity for have an impact on mitigating of climate change as well as an increased production is immense. If, for example, that 45 million hectares, we can only restore 10 million hectares, which will cost about 10 billion Namibian dollars. We are able to add about 1 billion Namibian dollars per annum in increased production for cattle output. If we can restore the balance, increase the output of that land with 5 kilograms of live weight a hectare. And secondly, with that increased cattle numbers, we can double the output of the export abattoirs in Namibia. So there's real opportunity, but this opportunity and this benefit is costing 10 billion Namibian dollars. And we need to find that cost balance and analysis and make sure that we are doing it in the right way. The last one, we firmly believe that if we focus as a country on the productive and the primary agricultural sector, and we can achieve a productive and a primary agricultural sector, we are creating rural jobs. This is what we need to do in Namibia. We reduce migration from rural to urban areas. And in the agri-food value chain, multiplying of job opportunities is being created in the rest of the value chain. If we don't have primary product, if the primary agricultural sector is not there to produce, and we don't have primary product, there's nothing to add value to. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ruli, for your 5 minutes. Prof, your thoughts?
Thank you, Chair. Let me also come up here. I also have 4 slides, and I've prepared a 45-minute speech, but as being the only obstacle between yourselves and lunch, I will waiver that speech and just refer to my slides here briefly. Now we are talking about agriculture, we're talking about fisheries, talking about sustainability. So why on earth would one invite a law professor to this forum? I actually would like to take Clement's 3 pillars here, because these are the 3 pillars of my professional specialization as a lawyer. I started off as a World Trade Law expert, establishing a chair for the World Trade Organization here in Namibia quite a number of years ago. So the element of trade, of course, in agriculture plays an important role. The second pillar is the social pillar. I had the privilege to be the director of the National Human Rights and Documentation Center at the University of Namibia, bringing in the social element in the law in my particular experience. And the last pillar is the economic pillar, which I have added to my other fields at a later stage in my life, contributing to the fact that I had the privilege to represent Africa on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in the last assessment cycle. And I can testify from that experience, and lawyers do testify from that experience. And by the way, I was actually the only lawyer in a group of 1,200 scientists in that committee. But I can testify from that experience that climate change is real, we didn't manage to formulate the political alertness sentence to the extent where we said Africa is the most vulnerable continent. There were opposition groups in the northern parts of the hemisphere that actually insisted that we say Africa is one of the most vulnerable continents, which is not true. Africa is the most vulnerable continent, and as it was mentioned earlier, Namibia is probably the most vulnerable country in Africa when it comes to climate change. Now that brings me to my second slide, like this. When we talk about state of agriculture and climate smart ways towards food security, obviously what is needed is technology, innovation, everything that has been mentioned by the learned speakers this morning. But I would like to alert the audience to one thing, and that is my message here, that the role of the law in dealing with aspects of urgency, of emergency, of scarcity, of security, plays a very important role. I personally work at the interface of climate policy, informing policymakers on necessary steps to take. I help to formulate regulations. I help to formulate Namibia's climate policy, for instance. The law is critical, and it should not be underestimated, especially when there is no time to act, and that's what I take from the presentations given. There's urgency to act, and there are elements of resistance, because as human beings, we are complacent. Some of us are complacent. We do not always want to engage to change. We want to stay the way things are. And in this context, the law is a very important instrument. An instrument that is not only reactive in nature, as we know it from the application before the courts. You do this and then you go to jail. But it can be proactive as well. Whereas you say, you want to achieve climate smart agriculture? Good. Now we take your word for it. Here's a stick, here's a carrot. And the law will help you to achieve what you want to achieve. Because if you don't, then there are consequences. Talk is cheap, but money pays for whiskey. And in that sense, I'm very proud of this achievement here, which is a book that I've started to edit almost 10 years ago with the support of the Hanns Seidel Foundation, with the support of the Minister of Environment, compiling all the laws and policies relevant for the protection of the environment in Namibia. Land, water, fisheries, oceans, soil degradation, name it, it's in there. We are proud to work on the 4th edition, which is going to come out next year. It's almost 600 pages. And it was mentioned earlier that Namibia has obligations towards the global community. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNCCD, Convention on Biological Diversity. Namibia is one of the few countries in the world that has an article in its constitution, and that is Article 144, and you should read it, where it says that unless otherwise stipulated in this constitution, international law is part and parcel of national law without further transformation. So in the context of climate change being a global phenomenon, a global case of urgency, every country has committed towards the Paris Agreement and also its national commitments towards the Paris Agreement. And these commitments are going to be benchmarked. And in order to achieve those commitments, the law, both national, regional, SADC, continental, African Union law, and international, are posing obligations to the government of Namibia, to the industry of Namibia, to the people of Namibia. Because Article 95 of the Constitution says it is upon the government to protect the ecosystems and make them sustainable in the interest of present and future generations. If we fail to do that, we have failed. And the law is going to help to address this issue, and I hope that we're going to circulate this publication widely in order to sensitize the population, not only the people sitting in law firms, in ministries, driving big cars, but also trickling down to the population on the ground. And I think even the local communities, the traditional leaders, the women in the communities can play a role to translate these obligations into our daily lives in order to protect Namibia and its population from the worst case scenario.
Thank you, Prof. Right, thank you, Prof. Ruppel. Let me start with the Ministry of Water, Agriculture, Water and Forestry, Madam Mildred Kambinda. I am passionate about water because of the role it plays in de-risking the country from droughts. What are some of the plans that government through the ministry has to try and de-risk the country of the droughts that we have? So if you can start with you, Madam Kambinda.
Thank you very much for the question. As you might realize, we are two of us. The part on water is actually well dealt with my colleague, but perhaps I can talk a little bit on the agriculture part. When Mr. Hailwa takes charge, he will definitely highlight a lot on the water component. I know quite a big proportion, but I wouldn't like to do injustice to that question, which is coming for the sake of the audience, being a departmental a person on the agriculture department. Indeed, water is one of the key priorities of the ministry, but I would like to draw your attention to the agriculture component, which is also dependent on water. And perhaps allow me to say that when it comes to Namibia, due to the scarcity of water and indeed due to the erratic rainfalls, which everybody has echoed here, our key component is actually to engage ourselves in irrigation. Irrigation for agriculture, water for agriculture, at all levels of the farming sectors. I think it's well-known fact that the ministry has been spearheading the green scheme development, which is actually a large-scale irrigation schemes across the country, which are, primarily a big investment of the ministry. One of the biggest chunks of our budget is actually water for agriculture. And at these farms, the reason why we invest in these farms is because of the fact that agriculture is risky. If we don't irrigate, then we don't get food. Deliberately, we invest money in having serviced land with water, where both commercial and mentored farmers, that is now the small-scale farmers, do produce for the benefit of the farmers. Having said that, I just want to also say that plans are underway for small-scale horticulture farmers. We are all familiar with the fact that small-scale horticulture farmers have had very little support in the past, but plans are also underway to engage them and bring them in the mainstream agriculture as funds are available. But of course, we are aware that our economy is not very much on the good side. But this is not to say that we are doing nothing about it. We are actually starting to get into this. I don't know whether I can zoom on further.
Yeah, I think maybe we can hold it there for
yes.
now. Mr. Hailua is still around?
He's here.
Okay, so after the next question, maybe you can just join us here.
Yeah.
You can speak. I'll ask you about water. I'm very passionate about water.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, Ruli, I mean, you did mention the importance of primary production, primary agriculture, and how that is important to, of course, employment creation, income generation, stemming rural-urban migration, and all the other things. But in terms of being climate smart, how climate smart are we in our agricultural practices as a country? And what is it that we actually need to do to transition our farmers completely to adopting climate smart practices?
Mr. Moderator, yeah, in terms of climate smart, I've tried to mention that the biggest impact we can have in terms of mitigating climate change is addressing our biggest obstacle of production, which is bush encroachment. And if we need to restore that balance, we can do that. That is the best way for an agricultural sector which is 60%, more than 60% dependent on extensive rangelands in the country. We have more than 60 million hectares of rangeland in the country. If we are able to restore that rangelands, we have immense opportunities to increase output in order and also to better manage, be able to manage droughts. Because we simply have a balance between grass and bush, and thereby we have a lower risk and we have ability to grow our sector of that. That is the most important one, I think, in terms of extensive rangelands we have. The second one is utilization of water, which is very important, and because water in Namibia will also always be a scarce resource. And my personal belief is that this water need to be utilized for producing food, in terms of food for humans, high-value crops like horticulture, as well as long-term crops, citrus, export crops, and not being used to produce fodder, because we have 60 million hectares of rangelands which we can use for fodder for our livestock. We must use the scarce resource to produce in a climate-smart way, with drip irrigation, with the best technologies, high-value crops, horticultural products, and food for the nation.
Right. So everything depends on water. So, Mr. Hailua, at once I hear there is scarcity of water in Namibia, but I also hear there is the sea, there is big aquifers in various places, and we are consistently faced with drought. So what are the plans of government to really try and help mitigate the risk of drought by ensuring that we bring the water out from wherever it is and at least be resilient to the climate?
Thank you. Thank you, listeners and viewers. I think there are two things we have to address. One is to admit that the nature is not in our side when it comes to water supply. It's a very difficult situation we find ourselves in. But as a government, we have started with the development or constructing large dams. We have a good example over the past 3-4 years at Nekatra Dam. I think it is now a well-known fact that it is completed, and the water supply in the southern regions is actually getting to be addressed to large extent. One of those other investments we are looking at is also desalination programs. It is at a high level or at high table of the committee, National Committee of Water Security, which is actually under the responsibility of the cabinet. And there's a lot done to achieve that desalination program to supply water along the coast, probably also towards the central Namibia. Then we also look at infrastructure improvement or construction of infrastructure, such as improving the canal of Kalweke or Shakati Canal to improve it better and even to reduce maybe evaporation. And also to consider putting up the canal between Kavango and the Grootfontein area there, Kavango River. Those are in the mid of the studies and in far much advanced, and it's one of the hope that we are going to do some solution. Finally, let me tell you that we have somehow the arrival of Messiah and quite promising, and we are also in far much advanced to tap that, to start drilling deep boreholes where we can supply water from Ohangwena aquifer too, so that the shortage of water in northern regions will be addressed to some extent in the long term. And we may talk more, Mr. Chairperson, but those are the few things I can share with the meeting at the moment.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to maybe just open up quickly for the floor. If you have one or two comments. The only thing I know is that you can see me, I can't see you. All right, so, but I can see Honorable Steve Bezuidenhout here. And then there's a hand also towards the back. So, is there a roving mic? Or can we take this one? So if you could just indicate, all right, so we'll take three for now. There is at the back, then here in front, after Steve. So
Thank you. Yeah. My name is Steve Bezuidenhout. I'm a member of Parliament. My question is basically, how do we use smart technologies to gather information? For example, sensors, Arduinos and so on, to gather information and put that into a sustainable database for the common use of the whole country in terms of production of policies, plans, actions and implementation. That's my question.
Do you have a specific person you want to ask, Steve?
Just the panel in general.
Okay, the panel. So what I would like to do is take all the three questions and then I think the panel can tackle them. At the back. But maybe on your way to the back, there was one here.
Hello, my name is Iria. We make chicken feed from seaweeds. I just wanted to actually, mine is a comment, it's not a question. So what currently happened in our country is that we have a lot of graduates and we work in isolation. So what if we get artisans that graduated at NIMT to draw up or design hydroponic systems that we can actually supply to households so that they can farm with their own veggies, which they can feed on and also maybe supply to AMTA or other agencies in Namibia to sell.
Right,
in a way we are creating employment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good question. All right, at the back.
Thank you,
you very much. My name is Wiebke Volkmann. Listening to the comments on increasing the water availability for growing food, my concern is that we don't have enough awareness around the importance of soil water holding capacity. And that is within horticultural lands, that is within crop fields, that is within our rangelands. And the solutions are very simple. It's keeping soil covered. And that basic principle, I think, can be disseminated in the whole population and amongst our decision makers. My concern is that if we engage too much technology in aquaponics and those sort of technical things, we rely a lot on imports that cost foreign currency. And we make ourselves quite vulnerable in terms of economic independence.
All right, thank you. And there was, on my right-hand side at the back there, gentleman with a black cap. Then I'll give the panel a chance.
Good morning, all the protocol observed. I thank you for the Hanns Seidel Foundation for bringing us together.
If we can,
my question is very short.
Thank you.
It's on the issue of drought that we are facing. We all know since 2013, as we have seen there, that our agriculture and we are facing drought. And the other thing, we have rural area, like communal area, like Ovitoto. My name is Jeremy Kasumi, I'm from Ovitoto, sorry. So, this communal area, we know very well, they are very small. And then the farmers are there, facing drought. When it comes to extend them, there is a Ministry of Land. Sometimes when they allocate the farms, they do it in another way which is not right, like corruption. Then all these farmers end up suffering. And the other question that I want to ask to the Ministry of Agriculture, you say by 2025 we will end hunger. I don't know. I'm seeing today Namibia is exporting food from South Africa. And us as country, as a Namibian country, we have seen the good example of Spain there, what they are doing. And then also our lawyer talk about the law.
Yeah.
What are we doing to change our laws, and what are we the citizens can also do something, but the question is the Minister of Agriculture. Since you are responsible for water, we have underground water who are there, but every time we are hearing money is returning to the treasury. Are you not interested to help the farmers to get water? Like now in Ovitoto, farmers are suffering, or in other regions also are suffering, and unfortunately cattle have to die while we are here living, drinking water. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Legitimate, very legitimate. Right, a couple of questions for Ministry of Agriculture. You may wish to go first, but any of the panel members can actually add.
Okay. Thank you very much. From agriculture side, I would like to zoom on the question of water holding principles. That's a very important aspect. Among the three principles of conservation agriculture is actually the issue of permanent soil cover. There are three principles there for conservation agriculture. Number one is minimum soil disturbance, that is minimum tillage, or zero tillage at all. The other one is permanent soil cover, which covers that aspect of keeping the soil covered to retain water. Is a very, very important one. The other one is actually crop rotation. Perhaps I would like to highlight the fact that when it comes to permanent soil cover, which is essential for holding water, one of the challenges, particularly among the smallholders or small-scale farmers and notably communal areas, has been the fact that for you to have permanent soil cover, you must have fencing. You must fence the area so that they, or retain that stover somewhere so that you make it available for covering the crops, for covering the soil during that time of cropping time. Otherwise, when a drought comes or dry spells come, what tends to happen, our observation, and that's our weakest link when it comes to conservation agriculture, what tends to happen is that farmers start beginning whether to retain the stover for the cropping season or to allow the animals to graze in. And so it so happens that instead of building that biomass over the period, it tends to be building in a very slow rate. For those who do practice, and this is an opportunity for me to also create awareness, for those who do practice reserving the stover to cover the soil or to avail other mechanisms of covering the soils, the benefits are huge, and they do harvest. We have farmers this year who harvested because they actually covered the soil. We have those type of farmers. And nearby farmer who did not have measures of retaining the moisture harvested nothing.
Madam Kambinda,
yes.
I think the concern was general awareness.
Yes, yes.
How are you dealing with that?
Okay, let me go move on to the general awareness aspects. We have various trainings which we undertake across the country, notably the crop growing areas, where we train farmers on these three principles I've just talked about, including the issue of awareness on soil cover. We do this not only by virtue measure of talking in a classroom, but we actually do practicals and have demonstrations across the country. For those who have visited MADI, this Mashare Agriculture Development Institute, you will realize that we have on station these measures. And some of us had the opportunity to see, those of us who did not visit physically, we had the opportunity to see on Green Horizon how the crops were looking, simply because of having this demonstrated. So we are creating this awareness through the media, through demonstrations, and we are actually cooperating with our partners, such as the FAO, the GIZ, including academia. They are also incorporated in creating this awareness and researching, because technology is not a one-size-fits-all. We want technologies adapted to Namibia, and we would like to know to what extent can we retain moistures and all the other technologies.
Right.
So academia are on top of things, working with us towards that.
Thank
we
you.
do also create meetings and advisory services in that regard. You have touched my core. So I tend to speak more on that area.
Yeah.
So there's various capacity building ongoing at the moment. But my call, just the last one, is that, you know, it should be a stakeholder approach. And this is what we are trying to do. With conservation agriculture, we have a national forum, and we also have regional forum where all stakeholders involved in agronomy do meet to strategize on what to do each season. Come November, we are also undertaking the same in the crop growing areas.
Yeah, no,
Sorry for taking long.
Thanks very much. Do you, or is it Mr. Hailwa, would like to speak on, there were a couple of questions raised from Ovitoto. So if we can just try and get to the core quickly.
Yes. Once again, colleagues, we should accept the reality that there's much can be done to save the situation, but also there's much must be done to accept the situation. That yes, it's like that, and nature is like that. Ovitoto. We have a task to balance that. How many boreholes do we drill at a given time so that we secure also the underground water level? So that if we drill too many boreholes, maybe we may also damage the underground aquifer to extent that we may not recover it again. But we supply water according to the amount of water we have available. Yes, there might be some room to improve, but what is critical is for us to also manage on our livestock number. If we know that Owitoto is a place with a lot of mountains and holes, we may not really keep a big number of cattle and they expect some miracles to come when the drought comes. We must understand those things. But all in all, if there's anything to be done to improve the number of boreholes and maybe to drill them a bit deeper, that can be done. But we should also accept those reality of nature. I thank you.
Right, thank you. There was, I think, a comment as well from the lady from Seaweeds. I don't know if anybody wants particularly to respond to that, and also a technology question from Honorable Bezuidenhout. Ruli.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to respond to the question of the Honourable Member of Parliament in terms of the smart technologies. According to information, there is already these technologies available in the world which can provide information to land users on good principles of land management, on whatever information you want to provide directly to the user, as well as to gather information from the land user to policymakers, to make informed policy decisions, which is a sustainable decision to the benefit of the land user. I think the challenge is that we need to adapt these technologies for Namibian circumstances, where a land user can use his cell phone and get access to information everywhere in the world. But we need to adapt that technologies for the Namibian circumstances.
Right. Anyone wanting to comment on working together? From the lady from Seaweed. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. I tried to listen very hard. Iria. Any particular comment on that? I think it was more a comment than anything. Maybe Dr. Carrillo, I had cut you short earlier. Is there anything in 1 minute that you would like to add?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah, is there anything you would like to add? Your time was short when you presented. Mm-hmm. So anything you would like to say in addition to what you have already said? Yeah.
Not really. The agriculture is very complex, and the farmer, for example, in my region and in Spain, the mind of these people is very complicated, and it's not easy to improve, because, for example, you can put rules. We have a lot of rules, European Union rules, and Spain rules, and local rules, but farmers need to produce and sometimes don't agree with these rules, and it's very difficult that this farmer apply these rules. Sometimes said, okay, this rule is in a paper is very good, but I can't apply this because you don't ask me. It's possible, it's not possible. It's possible to do better. So I think it's very important to cooperate it, all the stakeholders. I mean, the government, the regional government, the local government, technician, of course, and lawyer, but agricultural association, cooperative, other kind of companies, farmer, of course, some groups for environment. All we have to design the future, not only the government or not only the farmer do that they like. We have to coordinate in order to improve our agriculture and the sustainable of this activity.
Right, thanks very much. Prof. Ruppel, can I give you the honor of closing the discussion?
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. It's a great privilege. A lot has been said. I would just like to briefly tap on the last speaker when he talked about nonsensible rules. Namibia has a pristine legal environment. If you look at the acts applicable, the policies on the ground, they're pretty comprehensive. Some of them may have to be adjusted to change. Some of them may be outdated. We have inherited them from the lawmaker from the days of the apartheid. As a matter of fact, there's even one law still in place which stems back to the German colonial days, and that is the Title Deeds Act, by the way, which is quite important to understand when we talk about the protection of law, the protection of land in the context of an agriculture, is also who owns the land and what obligations derive from the law to protect the land in any course of commercial action. And therefore, I think the organizers of this workshop have done justice to two things. Number one, it is an integrated approach. You can see from the slide here that the organizers are both local, global, international. And I think that is the only way to foster cooperation on the way forward. Integrated on the national level, especially when it comes to issues like climate change, which are so complex, where everything is related to everything. The integrated approach is key if we want to achieve any change from happening. And that's why the various ministries are called upon to sit together and assess also the legal environment, whether it is still up to date or whether there are opportunities available also to attract foreign investment, perhaps, also for global cooperative efforts, but also to just improve the situation on the ground. And the emphasis on the competence of the people in the rural communities, the traditional leaders, cannot be overemphasized, because it is actually the custodians of the local environment on the farms, in the field, that will be capable to give justice to what we discuss here at a theoretical level.
Right. Now, thanks very much. I wish I could have you longer, Madam Kambinda, gentlemen, but thank you very much. This marks the end of our panel discussion. So I hand over to Ronaldo, or Ricardo.
I think I'll take the Ronaldo name as well. It's a good Christian name. Ronaldo is one of the highest paid footballers in the world. So there might be a bit of a pressure on the Kapunda here, but I think we can make do with that. Thank you so much. I understand the time was a bit tight for us, but I think this naturally goes with events of this nature. Sometimes we underestimate just the sheer size and the amount of substance that each and every topic here carries. Nonetheless, thank you once again for your patience, and I think I'm really, really happy in terms of I didn't hear a single cell phone ring since we started with the morning session, and that really, really is a good indicator of your professionalism. Nonetheless, we're going to have lunch in the Acacia at the Safari Court, right on the other side of the building. As you step out of here, you will receive your cards so that you can be able to access the lunch area at the Acacia. Also, just a reminder, all the speakers, as after you're done removing your microphones, please make a turn outside on the immediate right-hand side, the exit there, make use of that. And then you can go to NMH because they want to have one or two interviews with you as well. Also, a reminder that we are streaming this live on Facebook as well as on Twitter. So that is, of course, for us to make sure that we have broader participation also from the public at home, because we could not obviously fill everybody in, which is a stakeholder in natural resource management. So on Facebook, of course, the link is available. Just search for Hanns Seidel Foundation. The Namibian, of course, is a newspaper, and I think the Namibian Sun are also carrying it on their platforms on the website as well as their Facebook pages. So please do make sure to visit there as well. The official hashtag is SRMConf19 for those of you that will be tweeting. We'll have the lunch for about 40 minutes, and then in 40 minutes we are going to reconvene back here in this venue. Thank you so much.
We're about to break for lunch at this very important conference on sustainable management of natural resources, and we will be right back within the hour. Thank you to every one of the viewers who has been sharing watch parties and our live feeds. Please continue to do so once we return. Thank you very, very much.
you.